to break that down. So let's go to the preview. Here we have... Hold on, let me move that a little bit. A few bits and bobs in the way. Let me move this over. So here's the preview. So Roman Reigns is going to address Paul Heyman after making a shocking return. So obviously Roman came back last week. It was a massive moment. And we're actually going to be hearing from Roman and what is next for him. He did say on social media, that he was going to have some more receipts. So be interesting to find out what that means. CM Punk is going to discuss his SummerSlam World Heavyweight title match against Gunther. Gunther, I believe, is there as well. Becky Lynch has got a SummerSlam proposal for Lyra Valkyria, which is very interesting. So she's got some sort of proposal that she wants to put to Lyra. So again, that'll be quite interesting. Sami Zayn takes on Carrion. So Sami is going to take on Carrion. LWO, Creed Brothers, and New Day are going to battle to figure out who the number one contenders are for the tag titles. Sheamus and Rusev are going to throw down in a huge rematch. I got to be honest, I'm just not really feeling that feud. That feud is just really not grabbing me. It's not doing what I think, well, maybe it is doing what they want it to do, but it's not doing it for me. So can't say I'm crazy excited about that. Raquel, Roxanne take on Bayley and Lyra, women's tag team title match. So we've got that as well. So actually quite a lot on the preview. We got a title match. We got number one contenders match. Sami against Carrion will excite people because obviously people want Carrion to get more opportunity. Becky with a proposal, very interesting. Punk is going to talk about, and to Gunther, about their SummerSlam match. We're going to find out from Roman Reigns. And then Sheamus Rusev, look, I'm not down on it. It's going to be okay. It's not going to stink the show out, but it's not something that I'm crazy like, oh my God, I can't wait for that. But all in all, quite a bit of stuff for this week's Raw. It's not often we get a preview that's like, you know, that big. That's quite a lot of stuff. So, yeah, looking forward to taking another big step forward when it comes to SummerSlam and actually, you know, seeing kind of what they've got planned. Let me just get that downloaded. Okay. There was, just before we get started, a video that came through from It's Bryn Again. It's Bryn Again asked if I would mind playing this. Obviously, it's Bryn Again going into the Community Hall of Fame. We congratulated him on Friday for that. And he just sent this over asking if I would mind playing this video. So with no problems at all. So it's Bryn Again. Going into the Hall of Fame. I mean, we do need to get the next Hall of Fame thing done, actually, but I don't know if that's this week or next week. I'm not sure. I haven't thought about it yet, but it's coming up very, very soon. But here is, it's Bryn Again, who has sent this over. Let's have a little look. There we go. That was from It's Bryn Again. I don't think the size of the video is quite right to fill the screen. But, yeah, there we go. It's Bryn Again. Well done, buds. Going into our Community Hall of Fame. So, very good, very good. As we said, we need to get the next one, kind of turn our attention to that. We need to get that next one sorted. That needs to be... I think it'll probably be next week, to be honest. I'm looking at the date now. It'll probably be next week. Right, let's turn our attention over to the chat. and see what people are talking about. Reese said, if you do a Daze Fantasy Premier League, let me know. We won't be, but I think James does one sometimes. James Chadwick in our community, but I've seen him send that code out before. But no, we won't be doing one. We haven't done one for a few years. We did one when we was doing the channel, the watch-alongs for the football. We haven't done any since. Daze, do we think any more matches will be added to SummerSlam? Aleister Black, Damian Priest, Dom, AJ, Roman, Breaker, Roman and Jay versus Breaker Bronson. I think Roman and Jay, Breaker Bronson feels like the direction. There is a rumor that it might be Roman, Bron, and it might be Jay Bronson as like two separate matches. But probably thinking they'll end up just doing the tag match, to be honest. So I think the tag match, and I think Dominic start against AJ. I don't know that Alistair Damian is SummerSlam worthy. I sort of feel like I could see that being a TV match. They might put it on SummerSlam just as a way of getting Damian onto the card. So they might do it, but I could equally see that just being something that happens on one of the TV shows. Not everything that they're building will end up being on that SummerSlam card. You know, there'll be at least one title match that they will hold off of the SummerSlam card, because they still want SmackDown to get views and they still want Raw to get views. So, yeah, not everything's going to get added to that. So I wonder if the Alistair one will be one they just sort of hold back a little bit. Hannah said, Days, after going through Triple H's years of booking, do we think he's got a hard time booking title holders? If you look at New Day, Cody, they had interesting stories before winning titles. I think it's a really good point that you make. I don't think it's a Triple H problem. I think it's just generally a wrestling problem, because we know that this is predetermined and it's scripted. You know, really, there's a lot of realism when it comes to people trying to achieve a world title. And what I mean by that is, let's take Sami Zayn as an example, right? I want Sami Zayn to win a world title because I want him to have at least touched that level. I want him to have at least reached that. You know, he's a guy that's given his whole life to wrestling. He's someone that is not the biggest guy, but I think when it comes to having amazing in-ring matches, I would actually put him up there with anyone in WWE. I think that, you know, he's very good at selling. He's very good at bringing out, like, the emotion of a match and the drama of a match. Like, I really feel like a lot of people point to Seth and a lot of people point to, say, AJ Styles. And actually across their careers, if you include New Japan or you include TNA for AJ Styles, that could be true. But I think if you look in recent years, say the past 5 years, 8 years, I think Sami is up there with any of those talents, right? I think that Sami Zayn, you know, has been in some fantastic matches and has this great ability to really bring out emotion and drama, right? And can sell and really make you feel invested in the match. That's a skill set, right? To do that. That's the art of wrestling, really. And the reason why I'm talking about Sami so much is because I would like that to be rewarded. I think if you do dedicate your life to something and you prove that you are good at it, and, you know, you kind of get to, you know, a place where you could be recognized as being one of the top guys, I'd like to see you achieve that if you're a good person. I feel like Sami's a good person. So I think the emotion of supporting someone, trying to win a world title, that is actually, there's a lot of realism there. You know, I want him to achieve that. Even though this is scripted, even though the results are predetermined, I am kind of rooting for WWE to give him the ball. I'm kind of hoping that they see what I see. You know, I'm kind of hoping that they do give him that ball. I don't think it would be a long run, and I actually don't even care if they took it off him 24 hours later, to be honest with you. It's more, does it go on his Wikipedia page? Does he get to go to fan conventions and be introduced as a former world heavyweight champion? You know, does he get that? You know, because once you've achieved it, right? So I would like for him to do that. So I think when it comes to the drama of seeing someone achieve a world title, there's a realism that's there compared to them trying to keep it. It's not the same, is it? I mean, what are they, by keeping the belt, what are they achieving? I mean, we don't really have a list that we reference of longest reigning champions, right? There is a list on Wikipedia and whatever, and we only talk about it when you start getting towards the top of it. So, for example, Roman Reigns, you know, once he was starting to go past, you know, certain benchmarks, once he got past a year, that was an achievement. Once he then got past someone's record, that was an achievement. Once he was getting up to like past Punk's record, that was an achievement. But really, you've got to be sniffing around the real top end of the title reign records before we even talk about it. So if Sammy wins the belt, or like when Cody won the belt and he's had it a couple of weeks, we're not really talking about any records. We're not really, just hope he can hold it for another 20 days, because if he does, he'll get past the number 56th person on the list. You know, we don't do that because it's too low down. So what is it that you're meant to really be rooting for? You know, that realism of like, God, I really hope they can do it. It's gone. They've done it. They've achieved it. They've reached the mountaintop. Winning the belt is reaching the mountaintop. So really the only place to go after that is either the mountaintop, the very top of the mountain is flat for a while, right? And you can walk along it for a bit, or you just go back down. So I don't think he's necessarily got a problem with booking title reigns when people has them. I think that in wrestling, it's always been that way. If you go back to like back in the day with Hulkamania, a lot of people around that time, that, you know, not everyone was certain that wrestling was scripted. A lot of people, you know, in the crowds kind of knew, but it was a different attitude. Not everyone knew. And there was enough doubt around whereby it was very different to now, right? And those that did know, because there was so much uncertainty, it didn't matter, right? It's really hard to explain. It's just a very different time. It's a very different time to now. So, you know, whilst Hogan had it, Hulkamania was running wild, and it meant that you could cheer for your guy against the evil bad guy, you know, and like that was kind of the time. You can't do that now. You know, you can't really do that same booking now. You can't give the belt to Cody and like be cheering for him and hoping he gets past all these bad guys. I mean, maybe the kids are acting that way, but the adults are a bit too switched on now. You know, I think we've been spoiled with some amazing runs and amazing stories, and we sort of all of a sudden that traditional run is just not good enough. It's not good enough. It was fine for Hogan in the 80s, for him to have a belt and just get in there and, you know, just keep beating people. Hulkamania was running wild. People were satisfied. But the people got tired of that. The people were done with that by the early 90s. I mean, if you look at his popularity and some of the reactions he was getting around 92, 93, I mean, Hulkamania was running out of steam. You can only get away with that for so long. And so even by the early 90s, people were getting bored of that. And then if you think about all the things we've seen in the 90s, the Attitude Era, Ruthless Aggression, Cena, Undertaker, you know, things in other companies as well that have kind of really broadened wrestling fans' kind of knowledge, their, you know, expectations. It makes it so much harder now to put a belt on a babyface and to book them and keep it engaging. Like, I was really interested to know how they were going to do it with Cody, to be honest with you. Part of the reason as to why I wanted Cody to finish his story at WrestleMania 40 was because not only did it feel like, well, you know, we've got to do it now. If we don't do it now, can we really capitalize, get another moment like this. I mean, the fans were chanting, "We want Cody" on social media. The Rock had tried to derail it all. A lot of us thought he was going to finish the story the year before and didn't. And so I think we get to the point where it's like, if we're not going to do it now, people are going to just start getting bored and just be like, you missed the boat. You could wait too long and it not hit the same. So part of it was like, it needed to finish at 40. But the other thing as well was, just from a creative point of view, how are you going to follow this up? Because I got a few thoughts, but I certainly don't have any idea that I am 100% certain is going to work as well as climbing the mountain, right? I've got no ideas that I think would be as captivating, unless you were going to go straight into a feud with The Rock. That would be the only way I could imagine that you would be able to keep that momentum going. The Rock was a big factor in the builds to WrestleMania 40. If you came out of WrestleMania and actually, set a match against The Rock for, say, SummerSlam last year, and actually The Rock was not worried about winning the belt himself. He just wanted the belt off Cody, right? Doesn't care about being champion. He's on the board, right? I don't need the belt. The belt represents power, and I've got all the power I need. So if The Rock had actually said, I'm going to throw people your way, I've got people that I know can get that belt from you. And if all else fails, I will see you myself at SummerSlam, right? And maybe you could get away with doing something like that, where he's throwing big names and we've got outside interference and Cody is just surviving by the skin of his teeth. There's times where there's loads of outside interference. The referee's not seeing it. Maybe something can happen where the ref does spot it. DQ, Cody runs through the crowd like he is just surviving with his belt. Like, we are just whiskers away from him losing this thing. And it's like, oh my God, man, how is he just surviving this? Like, he's getting smashed. There's outside interference. The referees are losing control. It's like the odds are so stacked against him, and he gets it through, gets his way through. He's battered, he's bruised, he's knackered, he's tired, he's broken, and he gets through to SummerSlam, and like, there's The Rock, and now he's got to face The Rock. What happens then? What would happen then? What would be that match? And so, maybe something like that could have kept things going. But if you haven't got The Rock, which we didn't have The Rock, you can't do that. I mean, you could maybe get away with The Rock recording some messages, and you could still have done a lot of what we've just said. The Rock doesn't have to be there in person. He could interrupt Cody from a film set with a pre-recorded message. Cody can be in the ring and then The Rock interrupts, on the screen. I don't feel like they use that enough, to be honest. You haven't got to advertise The Rock. You don't want people going to the shows thinking they're going to see him. But what you could do is you could have messages interrupting from The Rock, And actually, that was something I still think we don't use enough of. We could have had a lot of communication from The Rock during this John Cena story. He doesn't actually need to be there. It just needs to be a pre-recorded message that's been sent through, right? And so I feel like you still could have done a lot of that, but at some point you need The Rock to have a match. And if he can't do that, then maybe that's why they didn't bother. Because you can't just keep sending in like videotapes. Like, there are going to be times where he'll need to be there, and you are going to need a match at some point from him. So I don't know. It's tough. It's really tough. I think there is a few ways that you could have kept that momentum going, but I don't think you could have increased from finishing the story. I think that you would have had to have got really creative. You maybe would have needed some parts that you don't have. And obviously WWE couldn't do that. So instead they did an AJ Styles feud, which was brilliant in ring, but just there was no story to it. There was no story there. And yeah, I mean, comparing to what they could have done, what we got from the Cody run was very, very bare bones. It felt a little at times like giving up, honestly. It just sort of felt like, well, we can't do what we want to do. Like, we've got all these great ideas, but for some reason we can't do them. So here's AJ Styles. Here, let's just do a Logan Paul match, you know. We'll do a tag match with Roman, and we'll do that for this show, you know. Bad Bloods, I think that was. We'll do a tag match. SummerSlam, solo. Should we do so? You know, it connects, I suppose. So we could do that, maybe. So I just sort of feel like it's not a problem that they've necessarily got. I think they could have done better, but I think, climbing the mountain and finishing the story, there's a lot of real emotion in that. Keeping it, not so much. It hits different. That's when you've actually got to get really creative. I would say, trying to climb the mountain, you don't need to get too creative. The real emotion is in there of like, oh my God, I hope he does it. Dusty never did it. His brother never did it. I hope he can do it. I hope he can finish the story. That's powerful, right? You don't really need creative. That is your creative. But once you finish the story, that's when shiz has got to get creative. That's when creative needs to click in. And it just wasn't that way, was it? It just wasn't that way. It just all kind of fell apart and was all a bit flat. So, yeah, they could have done a hell of a lot better. Absolutely. But I think there is a problem in regards to the chase is always historically been where the money is. They always say that. The money is in the chase. It's not about when you actually get the belt. That bit is it's kind of end of the story then, really. And then you've got to kind of find a way of moving on, and that's quite a challenge. So, yeah, it's a bit of an in-depth one there, but I do like touching on subjects that maybe we don't go as deep into sometimes. I like to kind of chuck a few thoughts around. Let's go over to a super chat thing. Wrestling Proud said, thank you for an awesome 5 months of amazing times. Wrestling Proud, shout out to you, my friends. Yeah, big shout out to everyone that's joining us, and a big thank you to everyone that has joined us over the weekend. I think it was a really fun weekend, and it's always good when we've got like Saturday and Sunday things going on. So, big thank you for everyone that was around sharing their thoughts. Connor said, do we see Cody's heel turn coming or something? Could we get Cody turn on Jay or Sammy or Randy? I think that a Cody heel turn is definitely being teased. I mean, it's a little bit like Seth's knee brace. They want you to see these things, right? I mean, WWE aren't stupid. They know the fan base is like millions of people. And they know that there's a lot of content creators and there's a lot of people that put out tweets. And, you know, there's a lot of people that are reading into everything. Every post that goes out from a wrestler is being analysed, right? It's being looked at by thousands, hundreds of thousands of different people. And so if WWE puts something out that's a little cheeky, it will get picked up. Make no mistake about it, it will get spotted. And they know that as well. So as a result of that, you know, I look at like Cody wearing those glasses, and I look at Cody wearing that watch, the Rolex with the 40 on it. And I look at those things, and part of me is like, well, I could understand in an interview Cody turning around saying, yeah, no, we didn't think anything about it. It was just a watch. Those are just my glasses. Someone saw they were a bit similar to the Rock's and the internet ran with it. Like, I could see him saying that. But equally, I could see a conversation where they're like, should we start to put some Easter eggs in? Should we start to put a few things in? Should we lean into this conspiracy? Because that's what I would do. That's what I would do. If I was a wrestler and I was involved in a story and there was a theory that was starting to do the rounds that the story was going to go a certain way, I would obviously need to decide, do I want to encourage that theory or do I want to just leave that theory where it is? You know, for example, if that theory is wrong, I would encourage it because I would want you all looking in the wrong direction. So, for example, if I'm Cody and I'm going to SummerSlam and I'm trying to win the title, no plans for me to turn heel. No plans, right? But there's people going, they're going to turn him heel. there's going to be a double turn, right? And you've got these people saying that on the internet. If I was Cody, I would lean into that. If I was Cody, I would do little things just to make you think, yeah, knew it. I knew it. I knew he was going to turn heel. How about I wear a watch that people know that I also gave to The Rock? Kind of gives a bit of a connection to The Rock. The glasses that he was wearing, very, very similar to ones that The Rockers wore previous. When it comes to my promos, the kind of language I'm going to use, could I say a line that The Rock has said in a recent promo? Because I tell you, if he does, someone's going to notice, and you're going to have a side-by-side tweet where The Rock says something and Cody says it. And what do you think that's going to do? That is going to go around the internet, and people are going to go, I knew it. I knew it. I knew he was turning heel. It's right there. How can you not see it? The watch, the glasses, the line, like he's basically telling us. And if I was Cody Rhodes, I would be laughing at people on the internet. I would be laughing at them because I'd be like, pulling the strings, mate. I'd be the puppet master and I'd just be, having just so much fun. So I think you have to be really careful when it comes to the messages that go out because, or some of those cryptic clues or whatever, because sometimes they're not cryptic clues. Sometimes these are not puzzles that you're meant to, or pieces that you're meant to find that to kind of basically go, don't tell anyone, but I'm going to turn heel. And I'm just kind of letting you know through my glasses that I'm wearing or the watch that I'm wearing, right? Sometimes it's not that. Sometimes it's the wrestlers having a lot of fun. And, just being like a bit cheeky. Because I'm sorry, but it's what I would do. Because one of the things that you want to do in wrestling is you want to surprise as many people as possible. You want these moments to be shocking. You want these moments to be surprising. So if a load of people think a heel turn is coming, go the other way. If I was a wrestler, I really would use the internet and I would use the IWC and I'd see what the big theories were and I would be going out of my way to make sure I didn't do them. I would be purposely going out of my way to make sure, right, well, that's not. And if it was something that was planned, we're changing it now. If that Seth injury isn't real, right? If that Seth injury isn't real, and the plan was that he was going to cash in at SummerSlam, right now, I am changing that plan. That is not happening. That is not happening. If the plan right now is that the cash-in was meant to be at SummerSlam and this injury is being faked, if I'm Seth Rollins, scrapped. Completely scrapped. I'm not going to have the internet. I'm not going to have Dave Meltzer. I'm not going to have people spoiling my plans, right? I'm not going to have people knowing what my next move is going to be. Would that have been good? Would that have been fun? Yeah. I was quite pleased with it as an idea. If I'd come up with it, I would have liked that idea, right? But no, I'm not going to do it now. I'm not going to do it. I don't want you to know exactly what my movements are. I don't want you to know what I'm going to do. I would absolutely scrap that now. So I would use the internet, but not for looking for ideas, although you might find some ideas. I mean, if you've got someone that comes up with a great idea, but it's quite quiet, it's got a couple of likes, but it's actually an amazing idea. That's the kind of stuff I'd be like, oh yeah, that's great. And, you might want to do something with something like that. But if it's like these big theory, I mean, Cody heel turn is the lead-in theory for SummerSlam, right? Cody turning heel or the double turn. They're going to do a double turn. This is the big theory that's around. This is what everyone is talking about. Well, not everyone, but people that are theorizing about SummerSlam. This is what people are talking about. So as a result of that, as I said, I now would be going the other way. So do I think he's going to turn heel? It's really hard to answer, isn't it? It's really hard to answer for the reasons that I've just given. There are things that kind of tease a heel turn, but then I think about what I would do if I was in that position, and I would just be putting that stuff out to throw you off the scent. So I have absolutely no idea if those things are legit or not. No idea whatsoever. They could absolutely just be little coincidences. reading too much into things, or it could be that, yeah, they're going to do it. So it's going to be interesting. I personally wouldn't turn him heel. If the question then becomes, okay, we don't know what they're going to do because we can't predict the future, but what would we do? I would not turn Cody Rhodes heel. I wouldn't turn him heel because I do think there's a little bit of a problem in regards to top baby faces. Roman's not around all the time. Seth's a heel. John Cena will be gone. I'm kind of looking around and like we're building up like a Jacob, but he's not main event night 2 WrestleMania ready. So I think there is a little bit of a need for like a big baby face if you turn Cody. I think what people are tired of is Cody is kind of falling into the Bob Backlund mold of being that good old, everything's great, just doesn't put a foot wrong, real American boy, he's too good, he's too nice, there's no attitude, there's no edge, there's nothing that really makes him, dare I say, cool. And I think that's become a bit of a problem for people. He's too just white meat baby face is what they say. Triple H said in this day and age, a white meat baby face, it shouldn't work, but it works with Cody. I would have to disagree, and I'd have to say it did work when he was trying to finish his story. But I think after he's finished his story, the affection for Cody has diminished because that desire to see him succeed has diminished because he's done it. He's done it. He's won the championship. So that hunger to see him win has declined. And so, now it's getting to the point where it's starting to like irritate a few people and irk a few people. Like they're like, oh, just turn him heel. I always think turning people heel is just too easy. It's like the nuclear option. Do you know what I mean? It's like if you, a lot of people, if they were in like, if they were leaders of a country and another country was giving them grief, just drop a nuclear bomb on them. Just do it. I'm so tired of them. Just do it. It's like, well, hang on. There are a lot of other things we could do first, There are a lot of other things. Like, we could change his character a bit and give him more attitudes. Like, we could make the creative for him juicier. We could put him into some really interesting... No, just turn him heel. Just turn him heel. Yeah, but... I wouldn't do that, personally. I think there's a few other things we can try. I don't really feel like we've tried a great deal. I feel like we've just done Cody being Cody for quite a long time when there's actually quite a few other bits we could do first. So if you speak to people that want to turn Cody, the answer that you tend to get is, oh, he's boring. I'm just bored of him. Like, it's just, boy, he doesn't do anything. He's dull. Like, turn him heel, he'll be a lot more interesting. It's like, well, how about we make him interesting as a face? Like, we could do that. We just need the right creative. And, it keeps coming back to that, of course. So, yeah, a few thoughts there in regards to Cody. Whether they'll turn him or not, I'm not sure. I think they should turn him at some point. But for me, not yet. Not until I feel like we've actually tried some stuff. Not until I actually feel like we've, really done a few things. I just don't think we've tried anything with Cody. I just feel like it's been the same guy since he came in at 38. I feel like it's the exact same guy that came down the ramp to take on Seth. There's been no kind of evolution of his character, no evolving or anything, no character development, and I think it's just gone a bit stale, a bit flat. So, yeah, them's my thoughts. Daze, imagine if Cody was to win at SummerSlam, climbed on the top rope, victorious, the camera zoomed in, credits roll, and then we hear the crowd start barking as Braun spears him and Seth Rollins cashes in. Honestly, it could happen. I'm really torn on the Seth injury. When it first happened, my reaction was, no, that's a work. There was a couple of reasons for that. The first one is that I don't see anything wrong with any of the landings that he does. I think, they say that he tweaked his knee, right? on his landing. He said that when he landed on his leg, he could feel his knee kind of buckle. There is no evidence of that on the video. Now, it's hard to see exactly because I think he was wearing like these loose-fitting sort of trousers a little bit. These loose-fitting pants, right? But so you can't quite see. But there was nothing that looked really obviously wrong to me, right? There was nothing that I looked at. I was like, oh my God, yeah, no, I see it, right? Didn't see it. Some people also didn't see it and actually thought it might have come from the move before. There is a move where he kind of comes in the ring and lands on his leg, but he stands up fine after that. Goes over, springboards off the ropes. I mean, maybe he did a little damage or knocked something on that first move that really then does finish it off on the second move, right? So perhaps both moves put together are what actually injure his leg, if that leg is injured. But I don't know. I mean, there really is nothing out of the ordinary. There's nothing that I can see on either of the moves that looks bad, looks like, yeah, oh my God, that's horrific, or anything like this. I mean, it just all looks normal. It just looks fine. So that looks fine. Then when he went down in the corner, it kind of felt like playing possum. We just saw that from Trick Williams at Slammiversary. You see it a lot, the whole faking injury, and then boom, they come back. So there was nothing in the moves that really stood out to me. Then when he goes down, you go, I ain't really buying this. Plus, they kept showing him on camera, and I was like, I really ain't buying this. But then he lost the match. So he got up, he got BFT'd, and he lost the match. Now, you don't play possum to lose a match. So all of a sudden, everything's like, work. Oh, hang on, no. What? That? Whoa, hang on. You don't do all of that to then end up just getting BFT'd and lose the match. Him being led out, not a problem. I mean, whether it's a fake injury or not, he's going to get assisted, right? So him being assisted, no issue. That doesn't tell me anything. He was quite frustrated as he got out the ring, but again, he could be acting it up, right? So again, can't really read too much into that. So it's one of those where you're like, I don't know, man. I felt pretty good it was a work, and then boom, now I'm not so sure. Him being around on crutches and everything, the more I see footage of it, the more I feel it's a work. The reason for that is because it's starting to feel like you really want me to see this. You really want me to see this, you know? They go for coffee, and Becky takes a picture of a couple of their drinks. Just in the background, you can see Seth's leg, and he's wearing a brace. And it's like, that didn't need to be in the picture. If you're going to take a picture of coffee, you don't really need just a little bit of Seth's leg at the top of the image. Like, might have been summer, might have been nothing, right? But the fact that they found a way of getting the knee brace in was a bit like, in a way, we're out and Seth's wearing the knee brace. That's the message that was being sent, really. And it's like, did that picture need to send that message when you were just focused on some drinks? And then there's one of him on his crutches racing his daughter that we looked at in Unseen. And I'm like, okay, it's a wholesome little video of him and his daughter. I could understand why Becky would upload that, but I don't know. That's just coming like 24 hours after the coffee shop picture, you know? I'm sort of like, the more that you want me to see that he's on crutches, the more I believe you are desperate for me to buy into the fact this injury is real. So I don't know. It's another difficult one, to be honest with you, because as I said in Unseen, I hope it isn't real. I hope it isn't real. I hope it is a work, because if it is a work, then he's not actually injured. Yeah. And I don't think any of us want Seth out for an extended time, because we're trying to build this group up. He's got money in the bank. There's clearly big plans. So it doesn't really work in anyone's interest to have Seth out for an extended period of time. So I hope it is a work, right? If it is real, then that sucks. I mean, it just really sucks. And if it is real, you know, we just kind of put it in the catalog, in the database of like, well, you know, we were questioning some of the posts that went out, but it was real. So, yeah, you know, all of a sudden that kind of stuff You know, we read too much into it. I mean, it's so hard. It's so hard to know, like, are you reading too much into it? Are they trying to make you think something? Like, there's actually a lot of psychology when it comes to wrestling. There's a lot of stuff that goes on that messes with your head. It's got very little to do with what happens in the ring. We're trying to debate as to whether Cody's actually going to turn heel or not at SummerSlam. We're debating whether Seth is actually injured. And we're really getting into some of the posts and talking about some of the things that have happened. And people say that wrestling's boring and all this stuff. It's like, mate, you're just not... Don't know. Do you think Seth's injured? Yeah, no, I'm not sure. Don't know. Could be, might not be. I mean, I can't tell you that, can I? What I can tell you is the thought process, the stuff that I've seen, how I'm reacting to different bits as they're coming through, and kind of where my head's at with things. So I can give you all of that as an answer. But unfortunately, it does still leave us in the situation of I don't know if they're going to turn Cody heel. They absolutely could. There's a way forward if they do, but there's a way forward if they don't. And I can't tell you if they're going to turn... if Seth's injury is real, because at first I didn't think it was. Then I got concerned when the match ended, and now I'm probably leaning a little bit more back to I think it's a work. I'm leaning a little bit more back to no, he's going to come running down at SummerSlam. So I'm probably leaning that way. I'd say I'm 60-40 that it's a work. 60-40 it's a work. But there's still a healthy percentage of me that thinks that injury is real, so... Wrestle with Andy, hello. Dave Meltzer is reporting that you're starting as the love interest. Starring as a love interest in a new Margot Robbie movie. William Hensey is reporting it's actually him. What is the truth? Well, I know my agents are in talks, and yeah, I actually heard I was going to be the love interest to William Hensey, not Margot Robbie. In fact, my agents are working quite hard to get her out of the movie and to get a few things moved around. But I don't want to go into it, to be honest. William knows the truth. Nathan, for me, Cody was interesting when he was in Bullet Club. I want Bullet Club Cody again. I was subscribed to the Bullet Club chat for years, says Nathan. Jeremy said, what are your thoughts on AJ Styles returning to TNA? Well, I think it was... a moment. I think it means different things to different people. So for me, it was a little underwhelming, right? And the reason why I say that is because I'm not a TNA viewer, right? So for me, AJ going back to TNA it's a story, yeah. It's a moment. I recognize that. It's where he made his name. That's home for him. I really believe that's home for AJ Styles. I really believe that, it's no disrespect to WWE. They gave him, money and opportunity and world championships and a massive platform. But I think home is TNA for him. So going back, I recognize the importance of the moment, yeah? I recognize what it means to TNA and what it means to TNA fans. I'm not a TNA viewer, so I don't have that nostalgia. I don't have those emotions. I don't have that those feelings, right? To me, I tuned in not because I wanted to see AJ Styles go home, but because I wanted to know what he was going to say when he got home, yeah? So is he going to have a match? I mean, we were talking beforehand. I was like, this could be something big. AJ Styles could go in, he could have a match with someone, and, there could be some outside interference. That could then lead to, a rematch. It could lead to a tag match. It could be AJ and someone versus a couple of TNA guys. From there, this thing can grow. I mean, all of a sudden, you can start really beefing. You can start getting personal. You can start going around each other's homes. You can start, backstage attacking. And how big do you want this to be? Where do you want this to go, right? I think a lot of people thought he was going to announce he was going to have a match. I thought that. I thought he was going to announce he was going to have a match. The question really for me was, is it going to grow from there? And we even theorized what would the ultimate be. And I was like, I think the ultimate would be a Survivor Series match. Team WWE versus Team TNA. And I think you could build to that. I think the AJ moment could be the seed, and from there you could build to that. I know that it's still a good 4 months away, but honestly, if this is going to be a big story that's going to play out and it's going to involve other talents, and, you know, Survivor Series is your final destination, it's not really any different to WrestleMania season. You know, they say WrestleMania season starts in January at the Royal Rumble, and actually, you know, WrestleMania was at the end of April. So, you know, you look at that there, that's like 3 months going on 4 months. So, you know, this would be kind of the same. You know, we're in July, and, you know, we need to get to the end of November. So it's one of those where, you know, he could have announced that he was going to have a match. He might even have announced that match would be at Bound for Glory, which I think isn't until October. So, you know, we could have cut a load of time out, and we could have just done some from Bound for Glory, right? Now, of course, there's still opportunity for him to announce he's going to have a match, but he didn't announce anything. I mean, he came into the ring. It was lovely. The TNA fans loved it. They got what was advertised. AJ Styles comes home, and he just praised Leon, the guy that just beat Moose. Leon Slater, I think his name. He just managed to beat Moose, 20 years old. Great match. Honestly, a brilliant match. One of my kind of favorite matches of the year, actually. A lot of praise for it. Not my favorite match of the year, but I think if we're doing like a top 20 countdown, top 15, maybe top 10, I would include that match. And actually, you lot really enjoyed it. You gave it great 84%. Honestly, it was so good. And it had the drama, it had the emotion, it had everything you could want. It was for a championship. I love the fact that they really let you know beforehand that, well, if Leon wins, he's going to be the youngest X Division champion ever. But if Moose wins, he's actually on track to be the longest reigning. So there was something at stake for both guys, which is great, because all that did is make this match matter even more. If Moose wins, he's going after that record, and he's on his way. Because I think he'd had the belt over 230 odd days by this point. Or if Leon wins, he's going to be the youngest X Division champion ever. So really added to it, really good. Leon wins, and then immediately AJ Styles comes out, gets in the ring. I thought he was going to challenge Leon. I really did. I thought, I'll see you at Bound for Glory or something like this. Bound for Glory, I'll see you there. Me against you. The past versus the future, the legend versus the rookie, and you know, let's just put on a match for the ages. Let's just put on a TNA Classic with that X Division Championship on the line. And I thought they were going to do that, and I was like, do you know what? That's pretty sick. I'm down for that. Having just seen Leon and how amazing he is, yeah, him against AJ Styles, it's a no-brainer. Let's go. What an amazing match that would be. And I was waiting and nothing came. There was no match announcement that no tease or anything that I picked up on. So, I mean, look, I don't know if there is going to be something. I don't know if there is going to be an AJ match that arrives. I would hope so. But I think it's a moment that will have meant different things to different people. If you're a TNA fan, I think you will have loved it. Because as advertised, AJ Styles on TNA's biggest show came to the ring, and, you know, brilliant. But I think if you were just tuning in to see, okay, what's he going to do? I know he's there. It's been advertised he's there. So what's he going to do? Well, the answer was nothing. The answer was praise Leon, thank the fans, big up TNA, and that was it. So I've got to admit it was a bit underwhelming to me. I've got to say that I was definitely looking for more. But I can understand why there will be people out there that will be like, nah, for me, it was bang on. For me, I would have liked a little more, of course. Would I take an AJ match? Of course I would, but I was pleased with what I got. And I could understand there being fans that say that. So I think the big picture, though, for me, is that Slammiversary was a big success. I think that it was a really fun show. There was a great botch in there if you saw Unseen, which, as I said in Unseen, did not make my enjoyment of the show it made me enjoy the show more. Like, it actually added to my enjoyment of the show because it was harmless. I mean, it's a harmless, but it's not like someone's got injured or someone's been hurt. It's a production botch, actually, which is where they've basically gone to the camera too early. And they're basically showing the wrestlers sort of standing around waiting to get going. And then you hear like the director, like, here we go, ready, okay, 3, 2, 1. And you're seeing behind the scenes. And you've just got these wrestlers sort of like getting their hair ready for it. And I think Dana Brooke, she's standing there. As soon as he goes and go, she goes, ha ha ha. Goes from just being normal to like just bursting into laughing, right? Because they're now doing the scene. And if that put a smile on my face, I was like, oh man, that's such a fun botch. That is such a fun botch. That goes in the Lucha Things folder. No one got hurt. Just a bit of fun. And actually kind of puts a smile on your face. Those botches are great. The kind of botches, though, that happen in a ring where someone gets obviously injured or could have been injured or something like that, like, that's different. That's different. If someone gets injured, like, nah, that's a problem. Or even if they could have been injured, you're like, mate, you got to sort that out because someone's going to get seriously injured next time. Like, there's a seriousness to those. To this one, it was just, it put a smile on my face, honestly. And the matches were great. Some big moments as well, like in Unseen, we looked at that lumbar check, which I love. That lumbar check that Mustafa Ali did at the start of the show, I thought that was brilliant. God, yeah, Jeff Hardy. All the ladders were broke. And so Jeff Hardy points up to the roof, and this rope ladder comes down. And so they actually do a ladder match where there's a rope ladder. So clever. Never seen that before. So all of a sudden, and I was like, thinking about it, why don't we just do that? I've never thought about that. Why do we need ladders? Why don't we just have a rope ladder that's attached to the ceiling that you can just climb, that's always there? Like, you don't need to set it up and everything. I mean, the answer to that is because, like, people use ladders as weapons. And I'm sure you could probably use this rope ladder as a bit of a weapon as well, though. But people use ladders as, yeah, I suppose you could still have them at ring sides. But yeah, I was like, yeah, no, I've never even thought about that. Why don't we just do that? Why don't we just do that? Just have a rope ladder there all the time. I thought that was so clever. I thought it was so good. So, like, you know, it's just moments like that all throughout the show just kept you engaged. And it got a very, very favourable score from me. And I know that the community enjoyed it as well. So, yeah, I'd say a success. The moans, the groans are the NXT talent left with the belts. But I think for me, I understand that. Again, it's different perspectives, isn't it? Because for me, I just look at it like, well, I don't think Slammiversary should have been the end of something. I don't think Slammiversary is their mountaintop. I don't think that you get to Slammiversary and you get you get your belts back, yeah? Because then where do you go after that? So you get the belts back. TNA get all their belts. Masha wins and Mike Santana wins. They've got all the belts. Well, that's it then. You know, we're kind of back to square one, aren't we? In the sense of, what do we do now? Like, we just do some more feuds, maybe send some people over, or like, I don't know. I mean, but at least now it's very obvious as to where we're going and what we're doing. It's very obvious as to what the rest of this year is going to look like. TNA are feeling disrespected because their top titles are in NXT. So they are now just going to be fully focused, hell-bent on getting their championships back. And that is a story that gives them plenty of mileage to, you know, get some interesting things done. So I understand why people were down on it, but I also equally look at it and go, well, I think that this should be seen as the start and not the finish. This should be seen as the little bit at the bottom of the mountain. You know, 7,400 is their biggest attendance in North America. You know, Bound for Glory should look to go bigger. And then from there, bigger. And next year's Slammiversary should break 10,000, right? So in the grand, if you zoom out, this should just be seen as the start. And so if this is the start, you need a bit of a juicy story to get your teeth into. Well, I think that story that they've decided to go with is that NXT have got both your top titles. So go and get them back. And I think that's the story that they're getting their teeth into. So it's one of those, isn't it, where the TNA fans are like, oh man, it's like really down. And I get it. I really do get it. I really thought Mike Santana should have won as well. I thought that. So I would have had him win. But they've decided this is the direction they want to go, you know. TNA will have agreed to this. That's something I think people forget. TNA will have agreed. They will have said, yes, okay. It was their show. It was Slammiversary. Like, they're going to have agreed to this. So they, I think, have got confidence in the direction this story is going and that ultimately it's going to be worth it. So keep the faith. That's what I would say. Keep the faith. I thought Slammiversary was a pretty banging. Leon Moose match was top tier, said Liam. Netforce said Seth could be planning a new heist of the century at SummerSlam. He absolutely could. The streets are saying that he is. So, yeah, he could. I hope if we do an invasion with TNA, we're going to go over to NXT and just wreck everything and demand to get those titles back. Well, I think it allows TNA the ability to do things like that. I think that it's the only problem would be that I think Trick won relatively clean. I know he faked an injury, but he's allowed to do that. I mean, that's not necessarily... It's kind of cheating, but it's not really cheating. I think that at the moment, TNA should be trying to win it back properly. I think an invasion and all that sort of stuff, I would only cross that line once NXT are like really outright cheating, like actively cheating. I think, did JC cheat? I can't remember the finish for JC now. I'd imagine she did. I'd imagine she did cheat. So, you know, maybe there would be some scope for the women to be upset and to come over and demand, you know, this isn't right. You know, the way you won that title, you know, if you're not going to show us respect, we won't show you respect. Like, for me, crossing that line into invasion, you need to have been wronged. You need to have been wronged. I mean, the way Trick got that title, I don't think that was devious enough. It was cheeky, faking an injury, but you could also look at it as he legitimately outfoxed them, you know? None of us believe that injury was real, so why the flip did they? Not a single one of us fans was looking at Trick going, oh, God, he's injured. I mean, I thought that at first when I heard he'd been injured and we never saw it. But then, you know, there's a couple of things that happen, like him being shown and then him not being led to the doctor's room and just hanging around the ramp. You know, there's little things that you go, yeah, okay, I get this. I understand now. He's playing it, right? And so we all knew it. And I actually watched Brian Alvarez. And Brian Alvarez was like, I could not believe when Trick got in the ring and got the pin that Joe Hendry didn't kick out. Like, it was so obvious as to what Trick was doing that you sort of feel like it's too obvious. And as a result, the guy kicks out. Yeah. Like, it wasn't really done well. So as a result of that, the guy kicks out. But he was like, I could not believe when he didn't kick out. I couldn't believe it. And I was the same as well. I was adamant that he was not going to get the 3. And then he does. So I think an invasion is on the cards. I think it could absolutely happen. But I think you've got to be... a lot more like cheating, outside interference. You've got to really screw TNA over for the invasion to sort of feel warranted. Because you don't want to run the risk of TNA just coming across petty or bitter or frustrated, or do you know what I mean? Like, if you want your belts back, come and get them back. Come and win them back, right? And if Trick's going to pretend to be injured and you're going to fall for that, I mean, sorry, that is on you. I think the JC one, though, might have had a bit more cheating to it. That one, you might be able to get away with, like, an invasion and it feel justified. So I would just be careful about how they play that. But if that's where we end up with an invasion and a warranted invasion, I mean, that would be so much fun. That would be really great. So I don't have a dog in this fight, believe it or not. You would think I would be team NXT, but I'm actually team in the middle. And the reason for that is because I think it was really a lovely gesture, a lovely move by TNA to allow Trick to win their top title. I think that was a lovely show of faith, right, in the partnership. I think to allow someone from a different promotion to have your top title, as soon as it happened, I was like, respect. You know, that's a classy move by TNA to allow NXT to win one of their titles, yeah. And so, you know, I was down for Trick losing. I wanted Mike Santana to win at Slammiversary. I was down for Trick to lose it. So I was not waving the flag for NXT hoping they were going to get a clean sweep. Far from it. I wanted Mike Santana to win. And now we find ourselves in a situation where NXT has got both the men's and the women's, and there's TNA fans that are frustrated by that. So, I mean, I'm very much like, let's just tell the best story that works for both promotions. Let's just tell the best story that's going to work for wrestling, you know, for everyone. Again, we are united in our dislike of AEW, yeah? So that's kind of where WWE and TNA fans are right now. We are united in our dislike of AEW. So we just need to find the story that's going to work for both parties. That's what we're trying to do. And it's just a bit of a shame that balance feels a little bit off at the moment. It's a bit of a shame because, like, you know, I'd like it to be working for everyone. So, yeah, I hope that TNA get their belts back. And I hope that it is going to be a great story and it's going to result in more records being broken for them. And let's see where this goes, shall we? Let's see where it goes. James said, exactly, there is a bigger picture to all this. Yes, I really do believe in that. I really do not subscribe to WWE are screwing them over. WWE don't need to. I mean, that's something I think gets forgotten about. Like, WWE don't need to screw TNA over. There's nothing gained in screwing TNA over. I mean, if WWE genuinely screw TNA over, right? Genuinely they do that. That partnership's not going to last, is it? You know, if TNA are getting screwed and it's just not worth it for them, that partnership is not going to last. And then you run the risk of them going back to AEW. And that is what WWE really want to avoid. Let's be honest, right? Let's be honest. They really, right now, WWE, I believe, are making the moves they're making because of AEW. That's what I believe, right? Why do I believe that? I believe it because there is a billionaire, right? Or someone that has access to billions that has got a wrestling company. Money is not an object. They can lose year after year after year money, and it's fine. It's bankrolled, right? Any wrestlers that are outside of WWE will go to AEW because it's the next biggest promotion in the world. So when it comes to getting talent, they've got a TV show. They're doing stadium shows. They're a real threat to WWE, right? They're a real threat. I think WWE have recognized that that's a real threat, and they have done a lot to try and keep AEW down. They've done a lot to keep that competition at bay, right? And we know a lot of this stuff has angered Tony Khan and has angered AEW fans. My stance on it is, with a lot of it, what do you think McDonald's and Burger King are doing? What do you think that Pepsi and Cola are doing? Like, what do you think all these different rivals and all these different markets are doing? Like, business is largely business. If there are lines crossed, then, you know, there can be investigations and lawsuits and whatever. But by and large, yeah, this is, I don't know, it's the real world, mate. It's the real world. Like, there is going to be, like, competition. It's going to be ugly at times. The live attendances. And I think WWE are probably, like, quite comfortable with where they are, right? I don't think that same level of desperation is there as back in 2020. I mean, back in 2020, Vince was just locking everyone down to, like, monster contracts. Wasn't even thinking about, like, 2020 was such a brilliant time for you to ask for whatever you wanted, because Vince was so worried about losing his top names that he was just, like, agreeing to anything. He was just agreeing, like, the ball was with the wrestlers at that point. And so, you know, he was just so worried about losing his top talent that he was just locking people down to these big, crazy contracts. And so, yeah, I think that them working with TNA is because they don't want TNA working with AEW. They don't want it to be a case where AEW can have access to another pool of wrestlers and put on engaging shows and have, you know, another program to promote themselves on. So, you know, you try and take that away. If WWE could work with New Japan, they would do it. No doubt in my mind they would do it now. They wouldn't have done it under Vince, but they would do it now. They're working with, they bought AAA in Mexico, I think because already AEW works with CMLL. So we don't have access to CMLL, but we do have access to the other company, AAA, and so we've gone and bought them. So that's it. We've got them now. They won't work with AEW ever again, right? We've got them now. So we've bought those guys. You know, they're looking at Japan and seeing what we can do over there. They're looking in Europe. They've obviously done the whole WWE ID. So we're even going to the indies, looking on the indie circuit, going, oh, that person's good. Here's a WWE ID contract, right? That kind of means that you're as. And, you know, if you follow our pathway, you'll come to NXT. And it's like, we are reaching out to indie talent, to Mexico. We're looking over in Japan. We're working with Noah. Obviously, we had the guy that created Stardom. He's now created Marigold. You know, out of Marigold, we had Julia, of course. Like, we're reaching out to the world, really. And we're taking these steps to try and get the best talent possible, I think, to make sure it doesn't go to AEW. I mean, it could be the change in ownership. It could be that Vince has gone and TKO have taken over and this is just a different strategy. Absolutely, it could be that. But I think that AEW have definitely played a part in this. You know, AEW start doing shows abroad and talking about doing Wembley, and then all of a sudden WWE do Clash at the Castle. An international show in the UK. The first time in 30 years they've done a Stadium UK show. And it just happens to be around the same time that AEW have announced All In at Wembley. Like, do you know what I mean? There's things that you look at and go, come on. Come on. No way, man. You can't tell me that AEW have not had any impact on WWE, because they definitely have. And I think they've really changed the developmental system side of things. I think TKO taking over has played a big part as well, though. Let's not make out that was not a factor as well. But yeah, really interesting. And so I think this is why I don't subscribe to WWE messing around with TNA or abusing TNA, because I'll tell you now, WWE do not want to lose this partnership with TNA. Because if they lose this partnership with TNA, who I believe are the third biggest promotion in the US, if they lose that, then they could just go back to AEW. They could just go back to AEW. And how does that help WWE? So this is why, you know, putting the top 2 titles on NXT talent is a short-term story in a long-term relationship, which is why, to me, it's just not an indicator that WWE are being abusive and all this sort of stuff. Like, I just don't buy it. I really don't buy it. So yeah, let's see where it goes. Right. Where are we? Lily Kings. Shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Geordie316 said, I'm looking forward to tonight. Been away for a little while. Well, Geordie, welcome back, my friends. Welcome back. Yeah, it's been pretty full on. We've been doing a lot of streaming recently, and no real sign of that stopping. I'm not sure what Saturday looks like at this stage, honestly, but I would imagine Sunday there will be a SummerSlam stream. The reason why I say that is because there was actually a SummerSlam stream yesterday on the Vault channel, and obviously we didn't get a chance to do it because of Slammiversary. So I would anticipate that the Vault will likely do another SummerSlam. I think the SummerSlam we missed yesterday might have been like 91. I didn't quite see what it was, but I got told it was like early 90s. So that would have been fun. I mean, that's my ballpark. I love that era. So that would have been personally fun. But I don't think that's an era like 91 that really resonates with the masses. So hopefully Sunday they'll do another one, and it might be one that's a little juicier, maybe something from the 2000s. That would be quite nice. Something that's got a little bit of Ruthless Aggression vibe, or, I mean, 2002 would be great. You know, that would be great if we could do something like that. So something from the 2000s, I think, would be really good. Or early 2010s. That'd be enjoyable as well. Maybe 2014, where Brock absolutely batters John Cena. Something like that. So yeah, I think there is a good chance that we might end up doing that on Sunday, but I still don't know what Saturday looks like yet. Elizabeth said, Daze, hope you're doing well today. I'm good, thank you, Elizabeth. I am good. I am just looking forward to the show, really. Yeah, I knew that today would be quite heavy on like a bit of TNA talk and a few other bits and bobs. I mean, I don't think there's loads of big news today so far. So I knew that it would be a bit of a recap of the weekend. And yeah, good. I hope you've had a good weekend, Elizabeth. Joe, shout out to you, bud, sending in a very generous super chat. And Joe, giving us an update on the tumour that Joe has. Okay, so status update on that tumour that I have. Turns out it's not a tumour, and I am 100% serious. It's a third testicle. It apparently happens sometimes. The blood work was perfect. I'm relieved, and it's also hysterical. Well, Joe, shout out to you, buds. I'm really pleased to hear that it is not a tumour. It's kind of... I mean, that would suggest you've maybe had it throughout your life then, and it's maybe been something you've not noticed before. So I find that really interesting, to be honest. I mean, obviously, this is a very deeply personal thing, so I'm certainly not going to be asking any questions or anything like that, but that's kind of what it suggests, which I think is really interesting. I think with these kinds of matters, like, we joke around, of course, and we have fun, and we, you know, there's a bit of crude humour sometimes, but I think that when it comes to things like this, like men's health and like, you know, checking for lumps and testicular cancer and stuff like that, I mean, even I know where the lines are. Like, I mean, I'm really pleased for you, bud. I'm really pleased to hear that it's legit, right? And that it's not an issue and it's all above boards. But yeah, I think like the message is obviously a very serious message still, isn't it? In regards to like, guys should be checking and making sure that they're all safe and everything. I gotta be honest, I mean, as I've grown up in my life, you always hear about like getting your prostate checked at the doctors and checking for lumps. Same with women and breast cancer and everything. And it's like, you never quite know at what age you should be doing that. I mean, I think the truth is you should be doing it throughout your life, I believe. But it is something that's kind of not an easy conversation, isn't it? You see it quite a bit on TV. They have like these men's health shows that where, you know, they'll have these conversations, and it's like they do it on like morning TV. There's been honestly segments where there's been like naked guys and they show you how to check on like just normal television, morning TV, because it is like a really serious subject. I mean, there are people, sadly, that lose their lives to this. So, yeah, not the most fun conversation in the world. But what I would say is that if you have any concerns, if you are checking, be it your breasts, your testicles, whatever, right? And you've got any concerns, go to a doctor. Like, just get it checked, get it sorted, because you don't want to mess around with that stuff. You don't want to play around with that stuff. You know, you don't know. It's probably fine, and that's great news that Joe is saying that that's what he did, and it has come back fine. So there's a lesson for all of us. I think a lot of us can be scared of the unknown. Like, you know, you find something, you worry about it. You know, you don't. Sometimes, like, you don't want the answer, because actually finding out the answer kind of makes it more real. It's easier to just pretend sometimes. So, yeah, I think that's a really important message, to be honest. To, you know, go and get checked. Don't be worried about getting checked, and take it serious. So, I ain't having no fun with this comment, let me tell you. I might be a douche, but even I know my limits, right? So, Joe, great news. I'm really pleased to hear that came back all goods. Anthony, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you. And Leanne firing in a couple of Wrestling Daze memberships. Joe said, you can ask me whatever you want. It doesn't bother me at all. You can get as personal as you want. In fact, we have nicknamed it My Third Nut, says Joe. Well, Joe, I suppose my only question, the thing that I was wondering is how... Did you have a suspicion as you were, like, growing up? I mean, or is it something that has kind of developed later on? I mean, how did you not notice it before, I suppose, is my question. I'd imagine it's quite small. I'd imagine it's not something that's, you know, similar size to a regular testicle. But, like, yeah, that would be what I would be wondering if that had been said to me. I would be wondering, like, how did I not notice this before? That would be a question I'd ask the doctor, because I'd be like, wow, that's interesting. How have I never noticed that this is there? So I suppose really that's all I was wondering, but I didn't want to pry. But since you said I'm allowed to ask, I've asked now. So, Joe, thank you. Don't super chat. Just put it in and I'll look and see your answer. James said, Daze has, as a weekly TNA viewer, I do see it different to most. The bigger picture is at stake. NXT having both titles now will benefit TNA even more. They will continue to grow going into BFG, Bound for Glory. Yes, I agree with you. I think that I do understand, though, right? Because I think there are TNA viewers that are feeling, you know, hurt, betrayed. I suppose in a way it's a little bit like if you are a die-hard TNA fan, like that's your promotion and it's really the only promotion you care about. I suppose it's a little bit of that sort of like football mentality of, I don't know, your team's just lost a game, yeah? And you're stinging a little bit. I mean, I can understand that, I really can. I mean, it's not how I view it, but I can understand why people would view it that way. But it's you know, it's as you said, part of a bigger story. I think it can be hard to say to fans, think of the business point of view of like both of your belts are going to be a big topic of conversation on the NXT show, which is going to be in Houston this week as well. Like it's got Undertaker's on. So, you know, this week's NXT show tomorrow is going to be a bigger show. If you don't normally watch NXT, come and join us, because we do. And this is a big show. Undertaker is going to confront Trick Williams. And we know that Santino Marella is going from TNA. And listen, what's the big topic of conversation? It's going to be Slammiversary and what went down. I mean, for TNA to have that level of exposure on an NXT show that's going to be a special one and a bigger audience. I mean, you're right from a business point of view. It's going to be TNA mentioned all throughout that thing and throughout the rest of the summer. Because, you know, I'm sure they'll get one of their belts back relatively soon, but I don't know at what point they get both the belts back. So I think they're looking at it from a business point of view of, wow, people are going to tune into our show anyway. Our fans are going to tune into our show, but can we reach those people that don't normally tune in? And by having the belts on NXT, you're right. you're right. I mean, there's going to be a lot of talk at Slammiversary. The TNA titles are going to be shown. There's going to be lots of talk about TNA coming to get them back. Santino's going to be there. I'd imagine he'll bring some people with him. I mean, this relationship is just... there's a real story, isn't there? This isn't just, oh, look, someone's come over from TNA. You know, oh, look, there's Fandango, right? It's not just that. It is a whole case of there's a story. We've got the belts. We know that TNA are going to come for them. We know that it's going to get messy. We also know it's going to get juicy as well. I mean, it's going to be pretty wild. I've no doubt about that. So, yeah, I think you're bang on. I think from a business point of view, it works. But I do understand TNA fans being really down on it because for them, they don't look at it from a business point of view. They look at it from a respect point of view. And right now, they're probably feeling a bit disrespected. So I do get it. Ben said with Goldberg frustrated the last time he was in WWE, maybe he goes to AEW. Yeah, he could do, honestly. That wouldn't shock me. He could go to AEW. I think if they said, we'll give you one last match and we'll give you the time to talk and everything that you deserve, you know, if they can give him a nice amount of money and all that stuff, you know, do it next year, I could see him agreeing to it. So, yeah, that wouldn't shock me at all. But I don't know really what that does for ratings. I mean, was it a big ratings success for WWE? I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, they tried to do something relatively big to try and go up against AEW All In, but I don't know. I don't know that that was the best thing they could have come up with. But, you know, it is what it is. I understand why he's frustrated. Because I think he deserved more opportunity to talk. I actually disagreed with Pete Rosenberg's comments. Pete Rosenberg was seemingly coming from a place of saying that Goldberg, you know, was overrated. How dare he? Did this person get an opportunity? He was pointing to Dusty on his shirt, and he was like, did this person get an opportunity to have a main event match on a Saturday night's main event and say a few words after? No, he didn't. Sometimes you don't get those opportunities. But what I disagree with is that I hear you, but we gave Goldberg that opportunity. We said to him, we're going to do this for you. We promised him something, which I don't think we massively delivered on. This was being hyped and billed as Goldberg's last match, the end of the road for a legend. We were doing video packages, hyping him up. And we were clearly doing that because we wanted people to watch. That's why we were doing it. But unfortunately, I think like Goldberg was under the impression that this stuff was all like because it was the right thing to do. Like he was under the impression that, okay, this is how they're going to send legends off now. Yeah, they're going to do the right thing. They're going to give them this main event. They're going to give them chance to talk. Whereas WWE are more like, he's a legend. He's an icon. You know, see his final match. Can he beat Gunther? Blah, 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 blah. But they're like, they're only saying that to get people to tune in, right? It's all just a puff piece, really, just to get you to tune in. Whereas I think Goldberg was buying into it. So Goldberg, I think, you know, he expected there to be time for him. He expected there to be an opportunity to, you know, speak a little bit. And I think most people after the show was like, oh, that's moody. Most people after the show were like, oh, nah, they shouldn't have done that to him. They should have given him a bit longer. So I just think it's a little difficult now, a few days removed, to like change that now and go, actually, no, he never should have expected that he would have had time anyway. It's like, well, there wasn't really loads of people saying that straight after the show, to be honest. Most people in our community was like, oh, that's a bit moody. They should have given him a bit longer to at least, you know, said a few words. That's kind of what I felt. I think if you're going to do something, you do it. You know, that's what it comes down to for me. You're right. There's many legends that haven't had the opportunity to do that, but they didn't get the opportunity. If we had have given them the opportunity, I would hope we would have treated them right. If Dusty Rhodes had been given the opportunity to have a final match on Saturday night's main event and then say a few words after, I hope we would not have done to him what we did to Goldberg. That's the point. That's the point. You can say that others didn't get the opportunity. They didn't, but we gave Goldberg the opportunity. So if you're going to give the opportunity, you've got to honor the opportunity. And I don't think we did. And that's where I disagree with Pete Rosenberg. All right. So I think I do understand his frustration. I do understand his disappointment. I don't really care if he was overrated or all this kind of stuff. That's opinion. That's just someone's opinion. Like, what you can't really deny is the impact he has had on the business. You can't deny what he was doing to the business in the late 90s in WCW. You can't deny that. You can't deny the interest that there was there in him. You can't deny the fact his streak was a massive deal, or that at that point, I don't know if there was like maybe a couple of people bigger than him in wrestling, but he's easily in the top 5 at one stage. And some people would tell you number 2 behind Stone Cold, and WCW fans would tell you number 1, right? In the late 90s. So, I mean, we are talking about a name, right? We are talking about someone that made an impact. Was he limited? Yes. But so was the Ultimate Warrior, right? Like, there's loads of wrestlers that have been limited. I don't think that you can say, oh, he's overrated, so he doesn't deserve the opportunity to talk. It's like, what are you on about? How do those things connect? He's a legend that we said we would send off the right way. And I think a lot of us after that show felt that we'd kind of dropped the ball on it. And I think we dropped the ball on it. I think that the matches kind of went too long. We didn't leave him enough time at the end. Of course we had to cut. Of course we did. There was no when there was only 30 seconds left in the show. That was it. There was only 30 seconds. I mean, that there is no moving of that, right? That was it. There was no delaying it or going over. I understand that. But that meant that you needed to be more disciplined with when matches ended. You know, his match with Gunther shouldn't have gone as long. Rather than being, 12 minutes, it should have been 10. And there's 2 minutes. There you go. There's 2 minutes. So, I don't know. I mean, maybe it was meant to go 10 and it went 12. And maybe he shot himself in his own foot. Yeah. Perhaps the truth will come out that actually his match overran. And then that took away time from his promo. And then maybe we'll start feeling a bit different about it, you know? But, yeah, I don't know. I understand him being frustrated. I really do. I understand him not liking it. It's a shame that he can't look at it and go, oh, well, you know? He's still got to talk, and it's still got put on YouTube, and he's still got to address the live crowds, and he's still got to send some sort of message out on TV. I mean, it would be nice if he had that ability of, it doesn't matter. Wrestling's given me more than enough. You know, would I have liked a little bit longer? Sure, but it's no problem. Like, that would have been great if he'd have said that. That's not what he said. So, you know, that's kind of a bit of a disappointment. But I can still understand why he's frustrated. I can still understand why he was, like, not crazy about how it went. So, if AEW comes along and gives him the opportunity, maybe he will take that. Jad Daria said, I've got a question about AJ and TNA. Go ahead, but I'm not sure if I can answer it because I've not heard of any more developments in regards to him coming back. So what we got at Slammiversary is what we got. Big time, shout out to you. I will read your comment, but I just want to get some water. Give me a second. I have a little case of waters next to me, which they've all been used. So, I mean, I did spill basically one yesterday during Slammiversary, went flipping everywhere. Okay, Big Time said, did you hear about Cora Jade stepping away from wrestling? Her mental health isn't good. She's been through a lot. She had a health scare in 2023 and knee injury in 2024, and then she got released this year. Yep, I did hear this. I think that I think that life is hard, and I think that we talk a lot about people that have been successful in life. You don't really focus so much on those that have not quite made that level, you know? I think it's quite easy to look at people and to only see the successes, right? For example, like Usyk, we were watching him, and he is an amazing fighter, one of the greatest. But we were talking about how much work he has had to do to get his skills to the level that they are at. Also, the fact that he has, I don't know when he's last fought at home, because he's Ukrainian. And so, of course, his whole country is at war. And so he has to keep going to other people's countries and beating them in their own backyards. Like, that's hard. The amount of travel he has to do, because he can't just stay at home. And, you know, he has to travel to these different countries and all this sort of stuff. That's hard. The training that he's had to do to get his reflexes, his footwork and his skills where they are. I mean, they are as good as I've ever seen, honestly, in a boxer. I mean, like, he is just as good as it gets, really. I heard Eddie Hearn did an interview, right, the other day. I think it was yesterday. And he was saying to the interview, he was like, I was having a chat with some American network, right? And they said, just how good is Usyk? And he was like, let me put it this way. I could not put him up against anyone in history, Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, George Foreman, right? Marciano. I could not put anyone in the ring with him and tell you 100% confidently that he would lose. There is no one I can think of that I think I would be like confident to bet against Usyk on. He's like, I'm not saying he's the greatest, right? I'm not saying, like, I'm not going quite that far, but what I am saying is, if you put him against prime Muhammad Ali, I actually don't know which way that fight goes. I don't have confidence that Ali puts this guy away. Like, his footwork and everything is too good. And I think, like, you know, all you see is just this amazing fighter that just destroys people and, you know, just gets all this praise. But the amount of work that it's taken for him to get to that level is ridiculous. I mean, he's a whole life he has dedicated to it, yeah? And I think the same is true in music, in wrestling, just straight across the boards, right? You are seeing, like, obviously the greats, but you are seeing the greats that made it. There are loads of greats that did not make it as well. There are loads of amazing bands that did not get commercial success. There are loads of amazing boxers that just maybe made the odd mistake and, you know, ended up losing a fight, losing a few fights, and then not getting the opportunities, you know? There's loads of amazing wrestlers that did not get a chance to be a world champion, right? Or didn't even get a chance to make it to WWE, right? So we only see those that really succeed. And actually trying to get yourself to be one of those people, it's hard. I think everyone's chasing that. Everyone wants to be a great. Everyone wants to be, you know, remembered. Doesn't want to just be a number. Doesn't want to just be part of the flock. You know, there's so many people in the world, 7 billion people in the world. We all want to try and find a way of kind of standing out a little bit. But to actually be a great, to actually be a Elvis Presley, a Muhammad Ali, you know, someone that is just transcend. That is, you got to have skill, serious skill. You got to have the right attitude. You've got to have the right luck and opportunities come your way. You've got to keep rolling the dice, and it's just got to keep coming up for you, like, as you're rolling it, in order to get to that level. And people are chasing that. And the reason why I'm going so deep into that kind of a conversation is because I think when you look at someone like Cora Jade, she is trying to make it to WWE. She was a WWE fan, and she is someone that has given her life so far to wrestling. And I think that, you know, she's managed to get to the point where she's on NXT. You know, her friends, Roxanne, is getting called up. And, you know, she's obviously suffering injuries. You know, she's rolling that dice and it ain't coming up for her. Some of it you could say from a character point of view, from a promo point of view, that there was, areas there that needed work. But even so, to get the injuries that she's had, I mean, that's just a bad hand sometimes. That's the kind of thing that could have derailed Roxanne Perez. That's the kind of thing that could derail any wrestler, really. So, she's suffered with things that are a little bit out of her control. She is trying to chase her dream. She's managed to get to the WWE system. I think there's been a few times where there's been the odd comment or there's been the odd thing. Maybe she hasn't felt as supported as she would have liked. I know that she spoke about body issues and things along those lines. And I think that, there's got to be a mental toughness as well in order to keep driving you forwards. I mean, if she wants to make it, she's got to find a way of picking herself up, dusting herself off, keep moving forward, keep fighting, keep battling, keep improving. She's got to have that attitude of you want to release me, I'll show you why that's the biggest mistake you could ever make. And, a lot of people have done that and found their way back. Look at Drew McIntyre, who ended up getting released and found his way back, right? It can be done. It can be done. And Cora Jade could have done it. But it would have took a lot of work. It would have took a lot of, digging deep. And I think, she is someone that has just really buckled under that. I think that, and understandably so. This is not a judgment of her. I'm not saying that she's wrong to have done that. It's just who she is. I think it's hard when you're trying to reach that level of greatness. And, just reaching the WWE main roster is a hell of an achievement. So, she got real close and just fell away. I mean, in many ways, it's a little bit like a boxer that kind of breaks into the top 10 but never quite gets that title opportunity and then starts falling away, starts going back down the rankings. How do you turn that around? How do you get back up there again? It's not just, obviously, her. I mean, it's really in all fields, in all walks of life that people are battling these setbacks and are having to try and mentally kind of cope with these things. And it's really difficult. It's really hard. I think it's a real shame to hear that she is struggling and battling and, really going through some mental stuff. She's got mental health kind of hang-ups and, but you can understand why, because of what she's trying to achieve and what she's given her life to. But it's hard, isn't it? It's really hard. I wish I could sit here and tell her what to do. Do this, do that, and then boom, you'll be there. No one's got that roadmap. You have to sort of go that road yourself and find your own way there, and it's really hard. It's really hard. So I feel for her is the bottom line. I understand. I feel like I understand, right, why she feels why she feels. And yeah, I just, wish her all the very best for the future. She's going to have to decide what's right for her. And, what she wants to do moving forwards. I wouldn't be shocked if she just went into OnlyFans stuff and kind of just decided to go that way, because I think that's a door that she's already kind of opened. And I wouldn't be shocked if she kind of kept kind of making money from that world. It's hard, isn't it, as well, because you are balancing. I'd imagine as she was growing up, she kind of dreamed of being a wrestler. So, to just give up on that now would be obviously a real shame. I think we do live in a horrible time, to be honest, where people can make really good money from OnlyFans. I think that's actually a really negative thing because, it's an easy option, if you will, to just kind of go down that road, just make money that way. But is it fulfilling? Is that something that you are going to feel fulfilled with, and you're going to look back on your life and think that was the right move? I'm not judging. I'm just asking a question. Is she going to trade being a wrestler for being an OnlyFans model? And if she does that, what's that going to do to her mental health? I think that's a very interesting question. I think it'll do great for her bank balance. And having money in your bank balance is good for your mental health, you know, it takes away some concerns. So there's certainly that aspect. But if you've dedicated your life to being a wrestler and had dreams of making it to the main roster, and, you know, you're seeing your friends achieve that, and then all of a sudden that's kind of taken away. And now you got to think about, what do I climb that mountain again, or do I go a different direction? You know, she's got some big decisions to make, hasn't she? She's got some really big decisions to make, and she's still a very young lady. So, I don't know. I just hope whatever she does, she can find happiness, to be honest. That's all that really matters. As long as she's not hurting anyone, I hope she can find happiness. But I do worry a little bit about, like, people that go into OnlyFans as to what... We don't quite know yet what the long-term mental health problems are with doing that, you know? Like, if you go into OnlyFans and then you start a family later on in life, I mean, those pictures are just going to be out there. You can't really take them back once they're on the internet. So, like, you might be in a very different mental place in your 40s than when you was in your 20s. I mean, I think we've all made stupid decisions when we were in our 20s. And as you get older, you know, you start to look back on that and you start to think, I was an idiot. You know, I was an absolute idiot. It's weird because when you're like 15, 16, you think someone that's 24 has got it all worked out. You think someone that's 24, 25 has got it all sorted, like they're adults. Do you know what I mean? If you're 15, 16 and there's a 24, 25-year-old around, that's an adult. But actually, 24, 25, they ain't worked out shit. They haven't worked things out. Not even close. There are plenty of insecurities and problems and things, even people at that age. So, I mean, like, everyone obviously matures at different ages and works things out at different ages. But, like, we still don't know the long-term impact of, like, what OnlyFans does. I hope she makes the right decision for her, and I hope she doesn't regret anything later on in life. So there we go. There's some Cora Jade thoughts. Wrestling Russ said, happiness is the only thing in life. Yeah, I think, yeah, I agree with you. I think, like, you know, if you can look back on your life when, you know, it's time to pass away, I don't think people are going to look back necessarily. It depends how much you enjoy your job, but, you know, you're going to remember the laughs, the being with friends, the good times. You know, you're going to remember all those things. You'll remember the challenges and the hard times. The hard times can make the good times even better, yeah? I mean, it's yin and yang. You know, we all get into dark places and have setbacks, but then that means when the light comes, it's a lot brighter. You know? If you just lived your life comfortable, just neutral, just going along, I don't know that you're going to have a great deal to look back on, to be honest. So I agree with you. I think the world gets really hung up on what other people think, you know, rather than you just enjoying yourself. That is something that I need to do a bit more myself, you know. I think it's a lesson we could all learn. Rather than worrying about what other people think and worrying about, you know, if you're successful or not and things like this. Like, actually just live life. Go and have some fun. Just enjoy yourself. Do something that puts a smile on your face. And just enjoy life. Because we just don't know how long we got it for, do we? So, to hear that she's struggling is a real shame, honestly. It is a real shame. I don't think anyone wishes that on people. Don't want to hear of that. But it's just hard to kind of, you know really what her next move should be, because only she can decide that. I saw Cora live and she was great, said Tommy, in the ring and on the microphone. She was teaming with Tessa. Well, Tessa's a whole separate conversation. With Cora, she said in a recent interview, she had a gut feeling she would get fired. She told Roxanne during Mania in Vegas, "This is probably my last time here," and then the release happens. That's interesting, isn't it? I wonder how she kind of had that feeling. Zai Tanaki said, from what I've heard, she's already doing it and she's really happy doing it. She's making more money doing OnlyFans than WWE. Yeah, the thing with that, though, is, again, no judging. I mean, if that is what she wants to do and it makes her happy, then that's great, isn't it? I mean, I have no qualms about that. Who am I to have any qualms about it? I'm no one, right? So if that is true, that is great. I'm making more money doing this than WWE does bother me, though, because, yes, she probably is, but is that is that a factor of happiness? Like, is that a factor of, like, I don't know, that doesn't say to me anything other than it's I'm glad you're successful, but I don't know. Have you swapped a fulfilling life of doing and following your dreams, something that you really want to do, something that you've dreamed of doing? Have you swapped that because this is making you more money? Whenever that gets mentioned, I'm making more money now than I ever was, it sort of feels like you're saying that because you can't say you're happier than you ever was. Could be me reading into things incorrectly, but I always think if people use that as an explanation, if people turn around and say, well, I'm making more money than I ever have, it's kind of like, well, it would be nicer if you said I'm happier than I ever was. The fact that you have not gone with that and instead you've said you're making more money says to me that that's all that's going on at the moment, you know? And then lo and behold, if she has now come out and said that she's struggling with mental health and all this sort of stuff, that actually only backs up what I've just said, doesn't it? I mean, it would suggest... I mean, she has been doing OnlyFans for a little while. So, I don't know. That line, I always think, is a deceptive line. It's a real deceptive line. It's a line that makes you think things are great because having money and more money is obviously great. But it's what she's not saying that I think is actually more interesting. So, yeah, that one just bothers me, to be honest. Whenever I hear, like, people saying that, it's more what they're not saying. But anyway, you know, it is what it is. I hope she works it out. She's a young lady, and to be honest with you, when you go through your kind of 20s, whatever, I mean, you have these existential crises. I mean, I think everyone at times asks if they're on the right path and if they're happy with the direction their lives are going, you know? So as a result of that, I can really understand that she's, you know, at her age, you know, having gone through what she's gone through, I can understand why she's kind of asking these questions as well. So I don't really want to blow it out of proportion and make out like this is like something horrific or it's something like out the ordinary. I think for her to be asking these questions is probably quite normal. But it's just a shame, isn't it? Because we know she's been through a lot. In like a short space of time with injury and being released and, you know, kind of seeing your dreams slip away a bit. So, yeah, not much I can add really other than I just wish her all the best. Nightmare said, Fatu said, happiness doesn't pay the bills or put foods on the table. If you don't believe me, call up the electric company and ask them if they accept happiness as payments. No, it's true. Money is important. I don't think anyone would debate that, but a life of money without happiness is still not much of a life, to be honest. I mean, there are rich people that commit suicides. There are people out there that have got money and have got amazing positions of power that, you know, decide that, you know, this life is not working out for them because, you know, I mean, mental health, obviously, depression, and, you know, there's obviously things like that. But also, like, there's people that just aren't happy. It's wrong to kind of... It's wrong to talk about happiness and ignore the importance of money because money can take a lot of the life's concerns away. You know, like if you're struggling to afford food or you're struggling to afford your bills, you know, I mean, like if you go too far in that direction of just happiness is everything, like a kind of hippie mentality, I think you've gone too far in that direction. Right? I think you're kind of ignoring the realities of life. But equally, if you think that money is everything and that you think that is the answer to all of life's problems. And that, well, if I had money, I could buy all the bills. I could go out whenever I wanted. I could go on holiday. I could do that. No. Life has shown us there's enough rich people and there's enough people that have, had everything the world could offer and are not happy. Billionaires have bad days. They go I mean, look at Elon. Richest man in the world. He's had quite a few bad days. So it's the balance, isn't it? It's the middle grounds. Happiness without money is a problem, right? If you're happy, still great. But, if you can find happiness, even if you are struggling in life, I mean, amazing. But, it'd be stupid to think that not having money is, going to be great. It's going to be fine. That's a problem, and you need money to kind of ease some of life's troubles. But equally, just having money and not kind of not feeding your soul as well, not putting a smile on your face. Because honestly, I mean, if you can afford anything, everything just sort of becomes less appealing. If you had money where you could just, rather than like, for example, when a new figure comes out, people will look at it and be like, oh, I want to get that. That is nice. Where's it available? Ringsides. Okay, I'll have to go back and check on that, right? Yeah, that's what normal people would do. And they'll look forward to it and they'll check on where it's available and they'll look at the date it's coming out. And, they'll do a bit of research, a bit of work, right? Not much, but a little bit. If you've got money, call up Mattel and just be like, just charge me every figure. Whatever you release, wherever you release it, just send it me. And just charge me. No hassle, no legwork, no... You don't even know what's coming out because you haven't even got to look because you're going to get it. One of everything will just get sent to you. That's what money can do. But I don't think that's a better life. I think you're actually cutting out some of the joy. I think you're actually cutting out some of the things that actually make getting that figure exciting. All of a sudden, you're just getting everything. It's just delivery. You just open the box and go, and that's pretty good. Don't like that. That is now your new figure experience, as opposed to, like the rest of us, having to figure out, oh, I might go for that, I might not go for that. Oh, that's nice. I like what they've done with this. If your resources are a little bit more limited, you've got to be a lot more selective. And actually, I think there is something to be found in that process. So, having all the money in the world, yeah, it gets you every figure, but it ain't going to hit the same. It really is not going to hit the same. So, yeah, I don't even know how we got on this topic. I think it was something to do with Cora Jade. But, yeah, I wish her all the best. And I think it's hard for those people that are trying to chase their dreams and get into that NXT level and just seeing it sort of fall away a little bit. How do you pick yourself up and dust yourself off after that? The women's division is so stacked, says Mark. It's very competitive to get a spot on Raw, SmackDown, NXT. I agree. But again, though, imagine that they selected you and you got to go and you got to train and you gave your all and you did everything you could and you still got cut. I mean, I would like to think if I got selected, I'd be there first thing and I'd be there to the end. And I'd be, what do you need? Do you want me to flip in to help the cleaners after? I mean, genuinely, my mindset is, this is my dream. I have nothing else going on in my life. This is me, right? That would be my mindset. You would not outwork me. I don't care who you are. I would not let you. I would be in first thing. I would be out last thing. I would flip in out the cleaners. I'd skip lunch breaks. I pride myself on that. I pride myself on the fact that I will put that work in, right? That mentality of, I ain't letting anyone outwork me. I will stand out to these coaches, right? I'll do it by literally barraging my way there. Like they will notice me because I will make them notice me, right? Some people can rock up late, just kill it on the microphone, get noticed that way. I wish I could be that person. I'd like to try and be that person, but To be honest with you, I think the way I would go about it is I would just get in first, leave last. Do you know what I mean? I'd be ringing the flipping doorbell of Shawn Michaels' home with flipping breakfast ready. Here you go, sir. Just thought you might like this. I'll see you down there in a second, yeah? I was on my way. It was no problem. It was no problem. I had some toast myself. I thought I'd put some extra for you. So there you go. There's a bit of coffee there for you as well. So, yeah, you know, I'd like to think that I would go in and I would do everything I could. But imagine you do all that and then they turn around and they're like, I'm sorry, it's just not going to work. Oh, well, I suppose, I mean, you'd have to walk away and think, well, I did everything I could. I mean, you'd just have to get solace from that, wouldn't you? You'd have to get solace from that. You'd have to comfort yourself with that, with the fact I did everything I could. I wonder if that's something that she can take comfort from. I wonder if Cora Jade can look back and go, I did everything I could. Or is part of the problem the fact she looks back and maybe realises she could have done more? Don't know. That's a Chris Van Vliet question for Cora Jade. That's the kind of question that I think you'd have to be a little cheeky to ask it. But it'd be a really interesting question. Do you think you did everything you could? Do you look back and think you did everything you could? Or do you look back and think, I wish I'd done that? Or know that you could have done a little more? No offence, you know. I'm not trying to bring up bad memories, but I just think that's really interesting. Right, 48 seconds, kids. Another 2 hours gone. Do we think that AJ will get a bigger push in TNA than he did in WWE, said Jadarius. I don't know that he's in TNA, but he made an appearance there. And, you know, that was it. There was no follow-up on it or nothing that I saw in regards to him appearing again. It was a massive show for them. And that was it. AJ went home. I mean, if he went to TNA, would he get a bigger push? Well, of course, because what's a push in TNA? I mean, it's, you know, Trick Williams has got their top championship, so AJ walks in and he's ready to go for the top title straight away. Of course, he is. He's a legend. So, I mean, I don't. You're not comparing like for like, are we really? WWE, much bigger, deeper roster, stacked talent. I mean, the TNA guys are kind of benchmarked more at like an NXT level. You know, an NXT talent has their top title at the moment. So it's just, you know, what would a push look like for AJ in TNA? Because he could get title opportunity all the time. So it was, yeah, it's completely different, really. It's a completely different world. Right, here we go. But I don't even think he's back, to be honest. He only popped back for one appearance. I haven't heard that he's on, like, Impact this Thursday or anything. Maybe there's been an announcement and I've missed it or something. Right, here we go, kids. Here we go. Will we see the TNA guys and girls at SummerSlam? I don't think so. I don't think so. Not unless there's like a mystery position for Joe Hendry. Leanne said, does anyone else just sit online at their favourite stores and fill the cart with epic stuff and then don't check it out? Says Leanne. I don't put it in the cart. I do go on and have a look at some stuff and see some nice bits and bobs, but I don't put them in the cart. I'd be too worried that I'd accidentally check it out. Big Time said, JC is always posting stories of her at the PC in the morning and in the afternoon. She does night classes at wrestling school just to get the reps. Do you know what? Maybe that is why she's the women's champion. Because I think a lot of people look at JC and, like, just from a promo and a kind of in-ring point of view, she doesn't, like, really massively stand out compared to, you know, a lot of the other talent. You know, you could even argue that Sol Ruka is more impressive than what JC Jane is, right? And of course, you know, compared to a Julia, a Roxanne, a Stephanie, she doesn't seem to be of that level. But yet WWE have chosen that she should be the one to get that belt off Stephanie. And now she's been the one that's also got the TNA Knockouts Championship. And they're really going with this "you keep doubting me" kind of vibe, which is going to work. Because eventually it's going to get to the point where people won't doubt her anymore because she will have proved them wrong too many times. So that will work. I've no doubt about that. I think it's working already. I think she seems to be and feels like a bit of a bigger star now than she was before she had the title. I mean, she's JC2 belts now. And she'll tell you about it tomorrow. So, yeah, you kind of look at it and go, they could have done that with Fallon Henley. They could have done that with Jada Parker. They could have done it with Sol Ruka. They could have done it with Kalani. But they've done it with JC. Why did they choose JC? And if you're telling me that she's doing morning classes, afternoon classes, evening classes, and she is putting that work in, maybe that's your answer. Maybe right there you've already got your answer. Right, we are just seeing last week Roman Reigns. The OTC one came back. OTC. Jadaria said, do we think that Braun will turn in Seth since he didn't wait to speak? I think there'll be a turn, but not anytime soon. We're trying to establish this group. We're trying to build the group up. So I don't expect it to be a case that there'll be a turn anytime soon. There is MetLife Stadium. Burn her fingers up. Yeah, yeah. Is that the Toyota Center in Houston? Is that where we are? I don't even know where we are. Yeah, yeah. Oh, hello. Sami Zayn with an Oasis shirt on. What the hell's that? Look, he's even got a bit of the walk. Becky is backstage. Little bit of a swagger there from Sammy. Respect to Sammy, an Oasis fan. Here we go. We've got Judgment Day arriving. I thought that'd be Roman, you know. Why don't you head inside? AJ Styles. I hope you get cleared today, says AJ. So AJ Styles is here as the valet. What we starting with? OTC. CM Punk. Anthony said of the Hardys and the Dudleys retiring together. I don't think so. I mean, they could be, but they've not announced it that way, and I haven't heard of anything that way. They've said one last match. So I think they're doing it as one final time. I sort of get the impression that the Dudleys might retire that way, because they were, I mean, like, I think Devon was sort of retired anyway. And Bully Ray as well was pretty much done. So I could see it being a retirement for the Dudleys. I'm not so convinced about the Hardys at the moment. I think there might still be a little bit of gas in the tank. But in all fairness, Bound for Glory is like October. So, I mean, that's still like 3 months away. Are they loud enough, says CM Punk. Joe said, I think I'll name my third nut the Reserve Tank. You do that, my friend. You do that, the Reserve. The Jimmy J said, hope all are doing well. CM Punk making his way down to the ring. Daze, remember that old woman? That's Norman Reigns. Norman Reigns. Here's His first opportunity at a world championship in 15 years. So CM Punk down to the ring. He's getting a good reaction, but not an amazing reaction. But I was just listening there because Michael Cole had a fact. He had a stat that this is going to be CM Punk's, I think he said, first championship opportunity in 15 years. I mean, but he faced John Cena, didn't he? Did I just misheard that fact? I'm skipping back. Yeah, he gets his first opportunity for the World Heavyweight Championship in 15 years. It's not the same World Heavyweight Championship as the one that was around in the past, though. I'm just confused by Michael Cole. Okay, here's Punk. Let's see what he's got to say. Okay, so he said he had a few goals. All the distractions are on the back burner. I won a gauntlet match last week. So he's talking about how he won his the gauntlet match. Gunther's one of the best wrestlers in the world. Few boos for Gunther. I can't promise a win. If you're going to be there live, I promise you, I will leave it all in the ring. I will give you everything I have. So CM Punk said, I promise you, if you are going, I will give you everything I have. But he's really putting Gunther over. Yeah, he's on his second run. So CM Punk said he's only had 2 weeks to prepare, but then he remembered he's been preparing for this his whole life. I am the best in the world. I am not just any other challenger. That has brought out Gunther, and we should get a really good segment here. Gunther making his way down to the ring. So there's Gunther in the entranceway. He hasn't quite made his way into the ring at this point. He's just standing in the entranceway. Now he starts taking a few steps forward after taking a moment. Gunther looking to get in the ring, is staring over at CM Punk. They've really dialed down on him as the ring general, you know? They've really turned that down, and I think that's a mistake. Like, now he just comes just walking down. Size-wise, he's actually not that drastically taller than Punk. I mean, he is a little taller, but it's nothing huge. It's not Hogan Andre. You tapped out chants from the crowds. Gunther takes a couple of steps back, looks over at the crowds. CM Punk chants break out. They're just letting this breathe. Ace said, I liked his original presentation. Brony said, the crowd are a little bit quiet. Amethyst said, best in the world. I don't see Roman standing there. Zach said, I got my half sleeve tattoo today. Zach, what did you get? You tapped out chants again ringing out. Wrestle Knight said, things are about to get spicy. It is stupid they had him tap, said Corey. I agree. Jessica says she's Team Punk. Gunther goes to speak. He says, first of all, and the crowd start booing. And again. I'm very excited to hear. More you tapped out chants. Gunther said, first of all, I'm very excited to hear, and the crowd just started jumping all over him. Let's cut to the chase. I didn't come out to throw insults at you. Let's point out some similarities. You consider yourself the best. I consider myself the best. My ego is justified. My ego is not based on what they think. My ego is based on results. Yeah, that's a good line by Gunther. The best in the world is the man that holds the World Heavyweight Championship. I'm going to make you regret that you ever stepped foot in a wrestling ring. You will never be a world heavyweight champion. You will never be the best in the world. Gunther goes to walk away. Okay, Gunther's like, at least you'll have them chanting for you. Punk said nothing back. Punk said nothing back to that, which is really interesting. He allowed Gunther to go off on him, and he did not shoot him down. You know CM Punk could have said something back there. You know he could have ripped him a new one. He's the best on the mic, but he's not done it so that Gunther actually looks like a badass and actually looks like he's kind of got to Punk a little bit. Given CM Punk something to think about. Here's Stephanie. Here's Naomi. I know who you are, says Stephanie. Since you want to be smart. Naomi's great. I think even Stephanie's struggling not to smile there. She was like, EO was dog walking you. I wouldn't let that slide. She's trying to get Stephanie to focus on EO, maybe do her dirty work for her, which is quite clever. She's like, I'm going to survive and get through SummerSlam. And then I'll see you in Paris. And then starts laughing and walking away. Right, here is Rusev. And, yeah, to be honest, I'm quite pleased that we are getting this now. This is a match that I'm not giddy about. It's not a match that massively grabs me. So let's put it front and center. Let's give it some time. Let's see if they can do something. Okay, Rusev making his way down to the ring. Sheamus, Rusev next. Right, Daze, Naomi and Liv remind me of each other in terms that they were both okay as faces, but they never really caught on. They turned heel and they just feel like more bigger and complete stars, says Brony. I agree. I think this has been brilliant for both, yes. Leanne said Naomi as a heel was the best decision they've made this year. Christopher says Naomi is doing a great job. James said Naomi's voice is so irritating. I love Naomi, said Adrian. I love Naomi's character, said Wrestling Russ. Love Naomi's new character, says Joe. But Eric said Naomi is the worst. Zach said he got a half sleeve of a lion tattoo and it took 6 hours. Oh, dude. That was a good segment, said Who Review of the Gunther segment. Rob said, I don't think my mom likes Gunther. She just said, how can he stand there and not punch that beep? I don't know. I think it's interesting he didn't speak back, to be honest. I think it's interesting that CM Punk really likes Gunther. And I think that he wanted Gunther to look good in that segment because he could easily have stole some of that spotlight. But he did not. And I think that's very interesting. That's strong words coming from the champ, said Thomas. Taker 1990 said the what chants were started by Stone Cold. It's a way to keep him alive. Here's Sheamus. Gunther is the champ we deserve, said SQRL13. Let's go down. If Goldberg goes to AEW, he would be renamed Silverstein and he would go 174-0 as booked by Tony Khan, says Ben. Leanne said, Yeehaw, Rusev has changed his gear to nicer shorts and a tee. Those grey dishwater ones he had before were not the ones, says Leanne. Daze, how are you doing, said Matt. I'm doing good, thank you. Doing good. Looking forward to a juicy episode of Raw. We're already 20 minutes in. Opening segment was fine. It was fine. James said Naomi is killing it right now. Jessica said I'm stoked for Carrion versus Sammy. Let's go down. I love it when she does the evil laugh, says Dean. Mo said it's going to be another banger. Porky Pig said Michael Cole is pumped. I didn't get his fact. He said it's been 15 years since he's challenged for the World Heavyweight Championship. I mean, I suppose it's just... But he can't... It doesn't mean any World Heavyweight Championship because he went up against John Cena for the WWE title, and that's a world title. I know it's not called the World Heavyweight Championship, but it's still a world title. So, yeah, perhaps it's just me reading a bit too much into it. Technically, it's not the same belt, though. It doesn't have the same history, so this is actually his never challenge for this belt. I mean, if we're going to get technical, Michael, his never challenge for this belt, but, you know, whatever. Right, 3 weeks ago, these two faced each other. Ramona said, Daze, how are you doing? I'm doing good, thank you. I hope you've had a good weekend. Jadarius said, I really don't care about Sheamus and Rusev. Yeah, I'm in that boat, buds. But I think, do you know what? I'm engaged. I'm excited and looking forward to this show. This was the one bit I wasn't as bothered by. So they've put it front and centre. They're going to give it some time. So maybe they can make me care. We're on the outside with Sheamus and Rusev exchanging some blows. Rusev into the barricades, driving Sheamus back into the edge of the ring, driving him back over the other side as well. And big blow coming in there by Rusev. Rusev going into the timekeeper's area. And again going into the ring. LS Dub said, do we think they'll do that last man standing match at SummerSlam between these two? They could do. I mean, I hope not, to be honest. As I said, this isn't really a feud that has massively grabbed me. But it's one of those where the only way that you can get it to grab you is by showing it to you, you know, and actually making it as compelling and as interesting as possible. If they don't show it to you, if they just, like, you know, leave the feud where it is, I mean, it's never going to get over. So, I mean, they have to kind of force it down your throat a little bit. So that's why I'm saying, okay, let's go. Let's give it a chance. As of right now, not a match I'm looking for, to be honest, to be added to SummerSlam. If this turned out to be their final match in this like little feud, I'd be totally fine with it. Unless this thing absolutely bangs, of course, and we're like, oh my god, this is so good. Right now he's got Rusev on his shoulders. And Rollins sent on. Do you remember back in 2016, Enzo and Lana went to a hotel room and Rusev ambushed Enzo, says Zach. Yeah, they did a few things with Lana back then, didn't they? I mean, she was a few years later in with Bobby. She has a little thing as well with Dolph. So they did a few things with Lana. Few people wondered if she might come back when Rusev came back, and I think she did sign some sort of contract, like some sort of Legends deal, which was a bit weird. But, yeah, some people were wondering if she would make her presence felt. She hasn't. She still could. I mean, as far as I know, they're still back together. Obviously, Damien and Lola have been the talk of the gossip world, if you're into your gossip. It's also worth pointing out, just whilst it's on my mind, that San Diego Comic-Con is actually going to be starting on Thursday. The reason why I'm mentioning that is because, of course, there are Mattel stands that are going to be there, and they're going to be showing off a lot of new figures. A lot of new figures. So Thursday should be a really interesting day. Actually, I'd like to speak to Tommy Toy Troubles about what gets shown off. I think that could be really interesting. Because Mattel obviously have got the WWE contract. And this is the big show where they show off what they're going to do for the next year. So there should be some really, really interesting bits that get shown. Big clothesline there by Sheamus. There was actually a new John Cena figure that was shown as well. Which was really, really cool. Came with like 4 different championship belts. Apparently that's going up on Mattel Creations very soon. It's Ultimate Edition. It's this one here. I'll show it you. And again, they're in control. Sheamus goes back to the middle of the ring. Where is it? Oh. I literally just had it. There. Here we go. Sheamus it. Oh, he lost his footing. Rusev on the outside. Sheamus tried to come crashing down on him, but he stumbled. It's a botch. The crowd are cheering. Rusev is having to pretend that he's still wobbling on the outsides. Are you not entertained, said Sheamus. Whew. It was that close, said Sheamus. It was that close. I mean, it was actually a botch, to be honest, but it doesn't matter, Sheamus. He gets caught there by Rusev and hurled over the commentary table. I don't think anyone will have noticed. So we're going to commercial break. So Sheamus tried to go up top. He went up top and he was going to jump to the outside, but he actually fell backwards, ended up going back into the ring. And then he had to quickly get back up again. Poor Rusev is on the outside, like, having to do this for a while. Act stunned. Where am I? What's going on? Where am I? Right, there we go. We are underway. So, yeah, this is a figure that's on the way. It's going to be available on Mattel Creations on the 24th of this month in 3 days. Look at that. Look at these different belts. You get the current version. Well, actually, no. I mean, I suppose now it'd be the previous version of the WWE Championship. The new one's, like, got the gold on. So that's the WWE Championship from the other year. That's the one from before that The Rock revealed. I think that's like the Daniel Bryan WrestleMania 31. That's the big gold, of course. The undisputed version of the WWE Championship. I always think of like Brock when I look at that one. It's early like 2000s kind of WWE Championship. And of course, he's wearing the spinner. So you get Cena with swappable heads, swappable hands. Comes with a removable shirt. I believe that's removable. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 belts. Mate, that is such a great figure. It's such a great figure. I think in the box it looks a little bit off because I think the shirt looks a little big and I don't really like that facial expression. But there is so much customization that, I mean, and 5 belts. I mean, look at that. That's great. Come on. That's great. Look, you can even see his belt line is the pants just sticking up, word life, just above the jeans. Loads of swappable heads for different facial expressions. 5 different belts. There's the shirt. The champ is here. So good. I don't know how much. Look at that. I don't know how much it's going to cost. That's what it looks like in the box, which is a little bit of a shame that it's not just that. Because I'd want that on a shelf, I think. So you'd be able to see the belts. Any figure that comes with 5 belts. Shut up, mate. That's a must buy. I need that. I'm going to buy that. That's a buy. That's a purchase. But there's going to be other things that are going to be shown. Lots of new figures on the way from Mattel, and that'll be as of Thursday. We should be getting lots of stuff coming through. Right, I hope they make a figure of the Elimination Chamber gear. I would love to have that, as I was there, said Alex. Oh, they surely will. Yeah, I mean, the thing about Mattel is, obviously, they're trying to find different ways of selling you the same product, in the sense of, how many times can they sell you a John Cena figure, right? So this is why I think wrestlers change their gear a lot more now. I think a lot of it is to do with figures, to be honest. Because Mattel are constantly looking for, you know, fresh ways of putting the same figures out and making them available. They need to sell Roman Reigns every year. They need to sell John Cena every year. They need to sell, you know, Bayley every year. So they sort of need the wrestlers to change their gear so that they've got a new look that they can make a figure of. But not only that, I think if something major happens, like John finally turns heel, God, I mean, like, Cena turns heel, right? Like, actually having that as a figure and what he was wearing. You know, I can just see, you know, that like dirty look he gives as he's hugging Cody. I can see that on the back of the packaging. You know, history was made. like, honor the historic moment that John Cena turned on Cody Rhodes with this figure of what he was wearing in that exact moment. Like, that's how Mattel make their money, isn't it? That's how they sell another John Cena figure. I mean, they even made him blooming transparent the other year, didn't they? Or earlier this year. You could actually get a John Cena figure that was literally see-through, and they really played on the whole you can't see him vibe, you know? So, yeah, I think they will certainly make that. I'll be stunned if they don't. A moment as historic like that, I think they definitely will. Here we go, 10 beats of Batteren. We're back from commercial break. And we've got the blows coming down by Sheamus. Sheamus is in control. He goes over to the fans. He's listening out to the fans. So he is calling for the brogue. Arms outstretched. Charges in. It took forever. That kind of really ruins parts of matches for me. When people are like taking so long and posing away for so long. I mean, if he wasn't ready for the move, do a different move. I mean, by the time is... Because if you're Rusev, would you not just, like, really milk your recovery so you have longer? Because you know he's not going to hit the brogue till you're standing up. So why don't you just spend longer recovering? The psychology is... It's all wrong. Here's Rusev coming in. Big knee there by Sheamus. Going for the cover. 2... Kick out there by Rusev. Sign in the crowd said Texas loves Sheamus. Big knee. That was nice. That knee was nice. It came out of nowhere. Rusev able to kick out. Okay, so the crowd, both guys are laying out. That is where a This Is Awesome chant would live, and I did not hear one. I thought I heard a little something in the background, but the crowd, even the crowds are not at the This Is Awesome point, as both guys were like lying down. Rusev is getting up, looking for a suplex. He's got Sheamus. Shot coming into the midsection. And again there by Sheamus. Shots coming into the back. Again going to the midsection. Mixing it up. Rusev goes down. Sheamus trying to get up. Sheamus is a long way away. I mean, that was stupid. He was a long way out. He was the long way out. I don't... Accolades. Accolade coming in on Sheamus there by Rusev. Sheamus is being stretched out here at the moment by Rusev, but he's finding a way back in. That was a little bit sloppy, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Rusev was hot. The ball was dropped a long time ago. Most people don't care for him anymore, says King Yeti. Jadaria said, do we think Liv will return and attack Judgment Day? I don't think she would attack them at this stage. I don't think there's really a reason for her to do that at this stage. Right now, Rusev trying to grab at the eyes of Sheamus. Sheamus just get into the rope. You're a stubborn mule. Give up. Give up, you stubborn mule. So, right now, we've got kicks coming in. Sheamus is telling Rusev to bring it. Again, more kicks coming in there by Rusev. Rusev going over to the corner, and he's going to expose that turnbuckle. Right now, we've got Sheamus. Blocks that as he was about to get smashed into that turnbuckle. And Rusev goes into that turnbuckle. Right now, we've got Sheamus down. We got Rusev. He's going over, grabbing a Shillelagh. Big! There we go, the brogue. Referee hasn't noticed. 1, 2, 3, and he gets it. Sheamus gets the victory, and having seen that match, I have no desire, zero desire to see that again at SummerSlam. My concerns for that match, in my opinion, were only justified. It felt a bit slow, a bit plodding. I think it was a little sloppy in places. There we go. But, to be honest, that was the only part of the show that I was a bit like, oh, I'm not sure about this. I'm not sure this is going to do it for me. It was kind of interesting how he hit the brogue and pinned him, and it took the ref like a few moments to actually get over. I thought that Rusev might kick out, actually. He didn't. He put him away. And there we go. Okay, we're backstage with El Grande. Get your votes in. Let's see how you lot felt about that match. Perhaps I'm being a moody old man. Here's El Grande. Here's El Grande. Dragon Lee has stepped up to him. I don't think this is going to really grab people. The El Grande thing has really run its course as well, hasn't it? Well, there we go. I mean, now we've got Dragon Lee stepping up to El Grande. I just feel like we're in a never-ending nightmare where we're just doing the same sort of thing. Like, the luchadors are upset with El Grande because he's disrespectful, and we just never seem to be able to escape. I feel like I'm in a never-ending vortex where we're telling the same story again and again and again. If I'm still here in 6 months and there are luchadors that are upset with El Grande, I might lose my mind. We've seen this. This was shown at the Royal Rumble. Well, this was scripted. Well, show me some. All they've done is show me something I saw at the Royal Rumble. It's rubbish. That sucks. That absolutely sucks. That absolutely sucks. You're going to promote a behind the scenes. We're going to show you what really happened. And you're showing me a completely scripted part of the show that was already shown at the Royal Rumble anyway. We saw that. I wonder if there'll be casual fans that'll watch that like, wow. So that's how Speed got involved. Oh my God. I tell you what, if you was worried they were going to expose too much of the business, I hope you're not that worried anymore. Blimey now. That ain't the show I've been hyped for. That ain't the show I've been excited for. showed us that on the actual Royal Rumble. James said, Daze, SmackDown did 1.5 from WrestleNomics. Well, that's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, the New Day are here, so we are going over to this tag team triple threat. I think there was like a shot after he had gone out that you could see once they'd finished doing that backstage segment. You just got a glimpse of kind of something that we hadn't seen. But there was nothing to it. There was nothing there that, like, I think was that interesting. I think it was just Stephanie smiling as she was going over to Triple H, and that was it. Right, New Day versus LWO versus American Mates. This could be good. This is going to be number one contenders match. Right now, the New Day have actually gone over to some people in the crowd and they're throwing a bit of shade. Xavier's going over and he's having a few words with people in the front row. I actually don't mind the New Day stuff. That's kind of grown on me a little bit. Corey said, speaking of Tommy, what did Tommy's girlfriend say about the two of you being caught on camera? I don't speak to Tommy outside of the streams, but everything about every conversation I have with Tommy is pretty much recorded. I literally speak to Tommy about a couple of minutes before we go live, and it's normally, no word of a lie, it's a bit awkward actually, because we don't really want to say anything until we're live. So my conversations with Tommy before the Wrestling Escape Pods are normally, how you doing, mate? Had a good week? Yeah. Okay, yeah, sound's coming through. Sounds good. Picture's good. Anything you wanted to really go through this week? And he's normally like, no, not really. I got a couple of bits, but no, not really. I'm like, okay, well, the thumbnail is such and such, so it'd be good if we could do that first. But really, other than that, like, yeah, let's see how it goes. And he's like, yeah, good. And then I'm normally like, okay, here we go then. 3, 2, 1. Hey guys, welcome to the Wrestling Escape Pods and welcome to a special episode of the that's not, I swear to God, that is normally it. Week after week after week after week. So there's, other than that, there's no you've seen every conversation I've had with Tommy. It's all been recorded. Right, LWO have made their way down. Earl said, I Show Speed took part in the MLS All-Star Skills Challenge. Steve said, I think Unreal will probably be very unreal if The Rock wanted to make sure he was made to look good. That's true, actually. That's true. I wonder if there'll be some AI footage that The Rock's had inserted where, like, people are like, The Rock is amazing, he's so clever. His ideas are the best. Triple H. Do you think Triple H? Do you reckon Triple H is sat there talking and yet over the top is like a fake AI Triple H voice, which is like, The Rock is so clever. He really does know what he's doing. The Rock is the best creative force we've got in the company. It just doesn't match the mouth at all. That would actually low-key be quite funny. Hey, here's Bailey and Lyra. I'm getting our match that we were meant to get at WrestleMania. That's water under the bridge, says Bailey. Okay, so Lyra's really confused. Bailey has asked that they team up. I wonder if Bailey's going to turn on Lyra or something like that. I mean, she's being a bit too friendly, isn't she? Part of it, though, might be that this is genuinely an opportunity for her to get a championship. So that's probably what she's more focused on. So, don't know. We've got a drone. We're zooming around the arena here in Houston. American Made have made their way out. So here we go. We got New Day, American Made in the ring, Ivy Nile on the outsides. We've not had the OTC yet tonight. Still got the OTC to come. Right. Daze, I think now is the time that we could get the Creed brothers to be the tag champs. Get a team in there that haven't been champs like 7 times before, said Sean. Sean, shout out to you. Yeah, it's funny actually because the Creeds were really exciting when they first came in, but I think we've done a brilliant job of really making them seem not that exciting anymore. You know, when I saw this match, I was like, yeah, this will be okay. It's got a purpose. I like the fact it's a number 1 contenders thing. But, I mean, you're right. When you think that the Creeds are in this, I mean, you know, that should be something that I should have got more excited for in advance. I mean, you're right. This is a great team that I think have just been caught up in a bit of nonsense with the whole American-made stuff. They've tried to give them a bit more of a personality, but it has sort of made them look a little bit goofy. But maybe this is the kind of match that's going to change that perception, because actually seeing Julius work like he's doing right now makes you go, oh, yeah, no. Oh, yeah, I forgot it is. It's the Creeds, and they're flipping great. So, yeah, really good point. Nightmare Fatu said, TNA president Anthony Cyclone called me and he said, hey, Rock, Slammiversary, ticket sales aren't good. Can you help? So I told AJ to make an appearance. That'll probably be what The Rock says Nightmare Fatu. Yes. Anything that's successful in the wrestling business was down to The Rock. Going all the way back to the 1920s. Kick out there by Wilds. Kofi is in the ring right now. So we are underway with match number 2, and it is a tag team number 1 contenders match. Thomas said, are you doing Unreal? Well, I mean, I don't have a plan to do a stream for it. I think part of the reason is because I don't know that when it premieres. I mean, I think it just goes live at some point. So I actually don't know. I mean, I know the date, but I'm not aware of... I need to have a look, actually. Maybe if there was, like, a time where it went live like this. But when it comes to these kind of pre-recorded shows, like these documentaries, they just chuck them up, don't they, on the day? Like, I remember the Vince one just went up. So... don't have a plan for it, to be honest. I also think a lot of it is going to need to be like recorded, and you're going to need to go back and look at certain frames, and I think it's going to be a bit of a nightmare in that regard, to be honest, because you're going to need to know where we were at that time and what was going on at that time. So it's probably going to require quite a bit of work for stuff to really jump out. I think there will be stuff, though. I think there'll be some obviously interesting stuff, and then I think there will also be some background interesting stuff. You know, like the things that are on the whiteboards. I think there'll be that stuff as well that's going to take a bit more work for it to reveal itself. So yeah, at the moment, I'm kind of torn as to whether it's a live stream type thing or even how you would do that, when I don't really know when it goes live. I'm contemplating heating up some chicken bits with a dip. Dominic Mysterio would be proud, said Leanne. If Max and Maxine Dupree teamed up in a mixed tag, would they be the first brother-sister team in WWE? What about the Birchells? I'd have to double check. I can't think of when we've done a brother-sister mixed tag. I might be able to believe that it's happened. But considering Max and Maxine are not actually related, then, you know, it'd have to be from a character point of view, wouldn't it? It'd have to be from a character point of view. Triple H is not a fan of tournaments, says Robbie. So, multi-person number 1 contenders matches. I don't know what that's in relation to. Daze, I wonder how many people would be on that live stream, would see the videos you post and say a lot of interesting unseen stuff on those videos. I wonder how many people who are on the live stream actually see the videos you post as you say a lot of interesting unseen stuff in those videos. Oh, I see what you mean. How many people join us that maybe only find us from unseens? I have no idea, honestly. I mean, that's something I don't know that I'd ever get an answer to. Same with, like, how many people join us from the reaction clips I put out. I mean, whenever I put a reaction clip out, I've said before, that makes no money. There's no money that get made from that. That is not a financial thing. That is a, hey, we exist. Hey, we do live watch-alongs. If you're around, come and stop by and say hello and share your thoughts. That's the only reason I put those out. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would hope that there would be a positive result from those, that there would be some. But I don't know that it would be anything sizable, to be honest, because I think most of our community are the ones that watch Unseen, judging from the feedback. But I think there's definitely some people that have found us that way as well, yeah. So, an unknown, honestly. Right, we was at commercial break, and we're now going back. We're 53 minutes in. If you are sat there thinking, this is all a bit slow. Yes. But we're hoping that it's going to pick up. We're hoping that it is going to get good. We know we've got the OTC coming up. We know that Becky has got a proposal for Lyra. That is coming up. We know that we're going to have a championship match with the tag titles on the line. That is coming up. So actually, I think we've got some really good stuff coming in the next hour and a half. And I think this match is going to get going now as well, because we're back from commercial break. Xavier on the outside, Brutus looking to go over and make the tag. Okay, tag being made. Wild is in. So Wild is in the ring. He's unloading. Quick kick coming in. Against the ropes goes Wilds. Round the houses. Into a DDT. Julius getting planted. Another one there for Brutus. Brutus goes down. Kick coming in there by Kofi. Kofi gets planted. Round the back looking for a backslide. No joy by Xavier. 1, 2. Oh, no joy. 2 count. Right now, we've got Wild back up on his feet. Push back. Kick coming into the midsection there. Julius coming over. Against the ropes. Xavier. Well, that was pretty fun. So, Xavier got pushed into Julius. He grabbed him by the heads. There was a net breaker by Wild, which resulted in a net breaker to Julius, who DDT'd Xavier. It's one of those kind of multi-person spots, you know. Wild going up to the top, and Ivy Nile getting involved. Wow, the ref saw that. She's got to go. She's got to go. She's got to go, ref. She's got... Why is she not kicking her out? Why are you not out of there? She has just interrupted on the outside. Surely that's a you're out of there moment. Dragon Lee on the outside. Now he's got involved. He should be out there as well. Now he's getting up on the edge of the ring. And now Grande's... She's totally lost control. This was her own fault. This is Jessica Carr's fault. She has completely lost control of this match. Right now we have got American Maid having a word there with Grande Americano. Del Toro... splashing to the outside. New Day in the ring. New Day looking to put Wild away. Wild gets up though. Roll through there by Kofi. Wild comes in. Roll up. 1, 2, 3. And it's a win for the LWO. I'm really surprised at that. Really surprised at that. The LWO have got it. but I'm convinced that Triple H is just popping himself at this point with the Grande stuff. Yeah, the IWC aren't on boards. I know that much. Not that that matters, but... Corey is booing that result. Austin said, LWO winning is more shocking than Finn picking up the win. Jadaria said, nice win by LWO. And Nightmare Fatu said, I told you the LWO would win. Does Triple H have a ghostwriter like Drake, said Dr. Luchalala. I think it actually is Drake, which might explain some of the booking this year. Okay, so we are done with our second match. You can get your votes in for that. I think that, as we said, the rest of the show, I am optimistic. It's going to be good. Okay, we're just having a look at what went down last week. So Dom popped up on the edge of the apron. I did see Asuka referring to him as the mustache guy. The mustache guy got up and got involved. Here's Io, Kyrie, Asuka. Good look at SummerSlam. If you win at SummerSlam, it's me versus you. I had you beat, says Io. We don't need to wait till Paris. Why don't we find out in Houston? Tonight. Io's excited. Challenge accepted. I really like that. I really like that. The crowd are really pleased to see Io in action and see Stephanie in action. Plus also, it was mentioned earlier by Naomi about the fact that she had you beat. And so it kind of felt like they were planting seeds for a match down the road. To find out we're getting it tonight, like, that's actually genuinely quite a good moment. It's interesting because what you've done is you've given me a match that doesn't mean anything. Stephanie's still going to get her chance at Paris. Io's still going to be in that match at SummerSlam. But because of the comments of Naomi from earlier, where she was kind of using the Io match from before as a bit of a dig, I know this is something that's bothering Stephanie. I know this is something that's a problem, and so I'm totally on board with them doing this match. And actually, let's get it sorted. Which way do they go? Is Io going to be the thorn in the side of Stephanie, or does Stephanie get the win? I like it. I think that's good. That was actually a good moment. Io, Stephanie, let's go. Naomi is already stirring up the Raw Women's Division, said Sis. Yes. Naomi has massively contributed to my excitement for that match. Yes, she's already stirring it up. You're right. Okay, there is Vic Joseph. We are at commercial break. Who's he interviewing? The TNA World Champion, Trick Williams. Trick Williams is there. The TNA World Champion is on Raw. I mean, it is during commercial break, but this is still being shown to everyone in attendance. Mate, this is great for TNA. to be real. I ain't worried about no doubters or fans. I'm just worried about me. You trick NA champion. Let's talk about it. There's still someone that questions you. Undertaker gets a mention and the crowd reacts. I ain't got no problem with the Undertaker. He's got a problem with me. You're out here popping off like your knees don't have an expiration date. Oh, mate, chick's going off. Chick's going off. Keep tweeting if you want to, because tomorrow might be your last rides. Let's talk about that. Hey, this should be on Raw. This should be on Raw. This is one of the best things I've seen tonight. Him going off on Undertaker. Shut up. This should have been on Raw. That should have been on Raw. Vic Joseph stopped talking and he puts the mic down. He's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? That was good. That was actually really good. Trick's digging his own grave, said Jim. Trick's carrying 2 brands right now, says Sis. That was much better than either of the matches we had so far, said Ian. I agree. I agree. The crowd reaction was big as well. As soon as Undertaker got a mention, you could hear everyone like, whoa! Is that AJ in the background? Yeah. Quit stalling. There's AJ. AJ said the floor's wet. I don't want you to slip. Kofi screams out for tech support because the simulation is broken. Nothing is making sense. We need an advantage. Here's Grayson. Austin Theory's got himself injured. We'll look into that, says Kofi. Well, there we go. It looks like Grayson is going to be working with New Day. Give it a go. I've heard worse things. He seems excited about it. Right. No way they just broke him up like that. Yes. That's exactly what they did. Right. That tag match you lot said was good. 98%. So good 98% for the tag match. Rusev Sheamus, good 89. In-ring has not quite been there tonight. But let's see what Becky has got to say. Here's Becky Lynch making her way down to the ring. She's got a proposal for Lyra. So this should be interesting. See what she's going to say. Is it going to be a stipulation that's going to be added? She did it before, didn't she? Wasn't it like if Lyra won, Becky couldn't challenge for the title whilst Lyra was champion? And if Becky won, Lyra had to raise Becky's arm. So, I mean, we've been there before. Why is she proposing to Lyra? I know Seth's hurt, but come on, said Ian. Oh, Ian, that's actually really good. That's actually really good. She's lonely. She wants someone that's got 2 working knees. Right, here we go. Let's see what Becky has got to say. I really hope they get the Austin Theory thing right, said Wrestling Russ. Ben said, it does feel like we're living in La La Land with the TNA title on Raw. Vince would have never had that shiz there. It's true. I mean, he never did. Okay, here we go. Becky in the ring. She's looking around. No. Don't you do that. You put some appreciation on my name. So we've got the red and the yellow again. So she said that she shouldn't even be here. She should be in New York. Promoting Happy Gilmore too. We don't always do what we want to do. We do what we have to do. The slickest victory. That pin was so good. So Becky's trying to make out that Lyra is the one that's like being Lyra Hogan. So Becky says that Lyra's intentions are purely selfish. Okay, so she's bringing her out. Becky isn't the best promo, but she's very comfortable on the mic. And she speaks well with what she's trying to say, says Brony. TNA title on Raw when Vince was around, when Mickie James was the TNA Women's Champion, says Scott. Hudsmith said she doesn't even look like herself anymore. Too much surgery like Charlotte, says Hudsmith. That Mickie James thing was Royal Rumble, wasn't it? And actually, I heard a story that he said that he didn't want to go in out with that belt. And they said, oh, we've kind of already agreed. We've kind of already agreed that she has to. That's how we managed to get her. So that's why she went out at the Rumble with that belt. But I think even then, Vince was not keen on that. Okay, we are 1 for 1 in singles competition, says Becky. Lyra in the ring. Okay. When you lose at SummerSlam, you can never challenge for this again. Yeah. Maybe I never take it far enough. I accept. But here's mine. Okay, so Lyra said no countouts, no DQs. There must be a winner. But if Becky wins, Lyra cannot challenge for that IC title. Becky has agreed. So our SummerSlam match now is made. I think that's going to allow someone or something to help Becky. Someone just yelled, boring. You'll respect this match and you will respect me, says Becky. Crowd are booing. Shake my hand. Shake my hand, says Becky. Lyra went to shake her hands. Manhandle slam by Lyra. Because Becky was just about to do something. Here's Bayley. I think we might be going straight to this tag match. Basically, a last woman standing match. Yeah. I thought the suggestion from our community about putting Kiana James with Becky was so good that I actually am hoping that what we get at SummerSlam is Kiana James coming out and helping. The only thing is, I think Kiana sort of popped up in the background with Julia on Friday. I don't see that as a partnership that makes much sense. So I'm hoping that's just a bit of a distraction. I'm hoping that that is to get us thinking that they're going to go that way and then boom, we actually do this instead. So yeah, I would love for, now we've heard that whilst Becky's champion, I think it's whilst Becky's champion, Lyra can't challenge for that women's Intercontinental. But the alternative is that there's got to be a winner, no count out, no DQ. But of course, just like we said with Cody doing that exact same thing with his match against John, all you're doing is you're kind of playing into the champion's hands, really. Becky is someone that will cheat to get the victory, and now you've just took away the DQ. So now, I get it. If it's a DQ, the title doesn't change hands, but at least then you stand a chance of getting a rematch. If you take the DQ away and someone gets involved, well, you're just going to lose. I'm not sure that was very clever by Lyra, to be honest. I think of all the things she could have countered with, I'm not sure that was the smartest. Okay, here is Judgment Day. They're coming down with Dominic. So it's Raquel, Roxanne, and Dominic. And we are just going to go straight into this women's tag opportunity. I wonder if some of these segments have gone a little bit long. We've got a lot of stuff that we need to try and fit in. We got the Roman segment. We got this match. We've still got to do Stephanie and Io. We obviously heard about that. I feel like we've still got a fair bit that we got to fit in here. Bayley and Lyra versus Roxanne and Raquel. That match coming up next. They've made their way down there in the ring. Raquel needs to ditch the headband and the glasses. It's just lazy and cringe, said Hud. Try something else to look like a badass. I don't disagree. Lost in the Woods said, there's got to be a women's Hell in a Cell with Mercedes, the GOAT, says Lost in the Woods. Zoom Station said, the Judgment Day new song goes hard. William said, can I time people out for no reason other than I feel like it? I mean, I wouldn't recommend it, to be honest, because I think you might have a few upset people. I would be expecting some tweets. Can you explain to me why I got timed out? I can't really say because William fancied it. So, I'll leave that with you, William. Let's let your conscience decide. Daze. Oh, I answered that. How will champs retain? I don't expect them to lose. Becky interference. How will champs retain? I don't expect them to lose. Becky interference. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking Becky interference. I mean, to be honest, if ever someone says, let's make it no DQ, my brain automatically goes, well, we're doing that for a reason. And so automatically you go, okay, there's going to be interference then. So, yeah, I would be expecting that. That's why I don't think it was a very clever thing for Lyra to do. Sometimes we do make these characters seem a little bit stupid. Right, here we go. Women's Tag Team Championships on the line. This will be good. I mean, listen, Bayley, Lyra, they've been fantastic. Roxanne, you can't be down on her. Raquel brings size and power, and this should be great. Roxanne, Lyra, Roxanne, Bayley. Let's go. Titles on the line as well. So they're locking up as we're at commercial break, and Roxanne is driving Bayley back. Thomas said, Raquel looks great. Nita Nitro, hello. But we need the coal mine back, the coal mine. Do we? Right now, we've got Roxanne on the outsides. Stephanie becomes the women's champ at Clash in Paris. That is my prediction, said A. Jobson. You can't take the tag titles off them till Liv comes back, says Rich. We don't need Dominic wearing self here. Again, 2 counts. Going over, making a tag. Tag being made, in comes Raquel. So Dominic on the outside. Let's see if that's any better. I've just changed it over to a different router. Fans are chanting and cheering and making some noise as Bayley goes down. Hopefully that'll hold a bit better. Can these girls even focus with Dirty Dom out there? Can we focus with Dirty Dom out there? Tag being made there by Bayley. I knew that Bayley would make a killing on OnlyFans, says King Veal. Right now we've got Lyra on her feet, going over. She's in there with Raquel, going back against the ropes, trying to collide into Raquel. Again, going back against the ropes. Crossbody gets caught. She's up on the shoulders, down on the feet, knee to the midsection, and again, another big knee there by Lyra. She's got Raquel. She's going to go for a suplex. Raquel has got Lyra up. She goes back to the corner as Bayley tags in. So Bayley gets in. Right now, she has grabbed Raquel. She's telling Lyra, come over, help me. Let's do a suplex. But Raquel reverses. And it's actually Raquel that outmaneuvers and manages to suplex Bayley and Lyra as we see Dom kind of flashing the guns. In comes Roxanne. Roxanne against the ropes. No joy. Looking for a throw. Getting a throw. 1, 2. No joy. Shoulder up. Referee was right in there as this match is continuing. Right now, Bayley against the ropes, holding on as Roxanne goes to the outside. Big boot there by Bayley. And again, we've got Raquel over by the ropes. Lyra gets tagged in. This thing, it's okay, but we haven't really got into the rhythm of it yet. Another kick coming in. Right now, we've got Lyra being thrown over to the corner. Another big boot there. Going up. cartwheel. Oh, that was actually a really good cartwheel there by Lyra as she manages to get out of the way. She's looking over at Bayley. Lyra going up. Raquel catches her and chucks her on that top rope. Bayley's working quite hard on the outside. Roxanne now working on the arm of Lyra. Clothesline as Lyra goes down. Raquel in the ring. Roxanne on the outside as we go to commercial break. Wrestling Russ said, I missed the Judgment Day when they were at their peak, when Truth would crash the clubhouse, and when they did a photo bomb holding up a belt. That was good stuff, said Wrestling Russ. Rich said, Dom can easily be a babyface Eddie. Liv is going to do it when Ray couldn't. And I can't believe that I am admitting that, says Rich. They are going to retain because of Dom, that little bast, said Dre. Right. What are they chanting? I'm not sure what they're chanting. Big splash. Lyra goes down, gets the ropes, goes Roxanne round the houses. In comes Raquel. And we got a couple of minutes left to go. And shoulder up there by Lyra. Right. It's just, I don't know what it is, man. I'm waiting for this to really grab me. This show is just, there's been a couple of little moments, but yeah, I think Trick's promo during the commercial break might be the best thing I've seen on this show so far. This match has settled down a little bit, but to be honest, we're during commercial break, so Roxanne has just got a bit of a hold applied at the moment to Lyra, and right now she's keeping her grounded. I think Netflix has more commercials than USA Network did, says Bearded Dragon. The show is okay so far, said the man from Time Forgotten. Tyler said, I just wanted to drop in and say hello to everyone. I've got a sick kids that I need to take care of. Tyler, shout out to you, but yes, you are doing the right thing, my friend. Right now, we have got a pin by Roxanne and a kick out there by Lyra. We've still got the OTC to come. So we've still got the OTC. We've still got Sammy and Carrion still to come as well. Right now we got Raquel. She's got Lyra up in the air right now, and she's parading her around, and Lyra lands down on her feet. Lyra goes down. We're back from this commercial break very, very soon. Right now, so Dominic just having a few words with Michael Cole. Michael's like, I'm not talking about you. I'm trying to call a tag title match. Okay, here we go. We're back from commercial break. We got Lyra down in the ring. We've got Raquel in front of her. Lyra goes down. She goes over Raquel and knocks into Bayley. Crowd's a little bit subdued here. There's not much excitement coming from this crowd at the moment. Lyra on that top rope gets planted by Raquel. Roxanne comes in. Roxanne looking to go up. Moonsault in. Nice. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up there by Lyra. What are the cage matches that we like? Do we like the Steel Cage or Hell in a Cell or Punjabi Prison? Do we think we'll bring back the Punjabi Prison? I don't think we'll bring back the Punjabi Prison. Not until we've got maybe an Indian superstar that wants to bring it back. I don't think it was a match that was really that loved because the structure is basically 2 cages, which makes it really hard to see the action live, and I think it looks quite impressive as a structure, but I think there are some serious limitations with it. Apparently, the inner part of the Punjabi prison is a painted blue cage, and they're notorious for not having any give to them. Those blue cages were just solid metal. There was no give. It's not like the cages now that are like chain link that have got a little bit of flexibility. Those blue cages have no flexibility. So that's why we moved away from them. I believe the Punjabi is actually a blue cage that's painted with then an outer cage as well. So, no, I think you would need the right story to bring it back. I don't think they would look to just bring it back without the right story. And it would probably need an Indian superstar to, you know, want to bring it back. Right, boom, into the corner. And shoulder up. Punk versus Drew was one of the best cage matches. Absolutely was. Absolutely was. I like the old school cage matches. I like, I think Hell in a Cell is great. But I kind of grew up with just the steel cage match being the match that kind of, that was the special match. That's where we kind of got things sorted out inside a steel cage. And as time has gone by, that's not good enough. As time has gone by, we need Hell in a Cell. We need Elimination Chamber. We need these kinds of things, Bayley. So, wow. Yeah, that is very impressive by Raquel. She's actually just slingshotted Bayley into a slam, and now we're seeing Roxanne do the exact same springboard move, but knees up there by Bayley. So Roxanne going for that springboard moonsault, knee to the side of the head by Bayley. 1, 2, kick out by Roxanne. Roxanne able to just get her shoulder up. Roxanne is down as Bayley tags in Lyra. Lyra is climbing up. Lyra is up top. Lyra with a leg drop to the back of the head. Right now we got Bayley. We got Raquel on the outside. I don't know what it is about this match, but the chemistry just does not feel right at all. The chemistry just does not feel right. Right now into the ring posts goes Raquel. Back in the corner, we've got Roxanne throwing in some shots to Lyra. Roxanne is going up. We've got Lyra. We've got Roxanne in the corner, exchanging shots. Just a little, just waiting for this kind of big moment. There we go. Nice sit-down powerbomb there by Lyra. She's trying to drag Bayley, trying to drag her into the elbow. Bayley's going up. Here we go. Bayley with the elbow. Connects! Raquel's going to save it. Raquel's going to save it, and she does. Okay, that was a nice little sequence. Yeah. It is true, actually. There is a little bit of a story here about how Bayley and Lyra aren't working well together. They're trying, but the chemistry's just not right. Dominic with a distraction roll up there by Roxanne. No joy. Kick coming in by Roxanne, but knees there by both women, and both women go down. Michael Cole's like saying to Lyra, hit him. Oh, boot there. Raquel boots Dominic. It didn't look brilliant. This match is a cluster. Yeah, that kick didn't even look very good at all, did it? Raquel is asking for medical. Lyra going through the ropes. Down goes Raquel. Lyra goes down. Dominic is down. Back in the ring, we got Roxanne and Bayley. Roxanne against the ropes. Clothesline misses. They both take each other down in the ring. Right now, we've got Bayley down. Well, we do have medical. Hello, is she? Jesus Christ. He's done well, isn't he? Oh, it's AJ. AJ! Well, it doesn't make sense for AJ to, like, hurt Dominic, does it? AJ was medical. He's been a valet, he's been a janitor. Now we've got Becky grabbing the leg of Lyra. Into the ring steps goes Lyra. Becky's going to go back under the ring. Bayley goes over to try and make the tag. There's no one there to tag. Roxanne rolls up Bayley. 2. No Joy reversed. 1, 2. No Joy. She's going to try and pick her up, but she lands on the feet. There's a back slap tag. Bayley to belly, but Roxanne is not legal. It's Raquel that's legal. And that'll put Bayley away. The Tahana bomb. 2, 3. Bayley is pinned. And, wow, there was a lot going on there. There was a lot going on in that match. I'm tired of people complaining about how Bayley needs to be treated better. I honestly think this is where she wants to be. She's not the one who always wanted to be around the title picture, said Dad Stuff. I don't really have an opinion. It's my honest answer. I don't really have an opinion on that. I think that when it comes to Bayley, she's someone that I think deserves to be to main event a WrestleMania. I mean, if you look at the fact that Sasha has done it and Becky has done it and Charlotte, she's the only horsewoman that's not done it. She's given so much to the business that I can understand why people would want things like that for Bayley. But she doesn't have to have that now. And, you know, she can't always be in the title picture. And it's a very stacked division. So there is a degree of wait in your turn as well. But, yeah, I don't know. I think the damage control stuff was not really it, to be honest. She was so good in 2020 when she was with Sasha, and that run was really good. Then they brought her back and, you know, they did a bit of a group thing. And you're right, you know, she's not a selfish person. Like, she'll help other people. And I think we saw that with Damage Control. Then she kind of broke out of Damage Control and now she's kind of off on her own. And she feels a little bit lost in the shuffle at the moment. So it's one of those where I think that it's okay for people to say they wish that Bayley was kind of being used a little better. But equally, yeah, I think people need to understand this women's division is stacked. And if you use Bayley more, you use EO less, you know, or you use Lyra less. Or, you know, there's other people that kind of suffer. You can't push everyone. So, yeah, I think she'd be okay with where she is right now. I mean, she's in the mix for the women's IC title. Or she was. And, you know, they'll find something for her to do, I'm sure. So, yeah, I don't find myself disagreeing with you, to be honest. I think she's okay with where she is. But I can also understand those Bayley fans still wanting better for her. I can understand that as well. So, I don't really have, like, a hot take, really. I think everyone's right. Very proud. This match didn't sleep for the women's tag title match. Raquel and Roxanne pick up the win, said Blue World Sonic. Daze, did you catch any of UFC? I didn't, but no. Did he take a week off to go to Oasis, said Scottish Nightmare? Well, I hope so. I think that's a perfectly acceptable reason to take a week off. I am fixing to do it. That is Texas speak, said Mayor Pete. Okay, yeah, Sammy against Carrion is going to be next. They're just talking about how Sammy's #1 goal is to try and win a world championship. Da 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 da. Sammy in there, he's got a smile on his face, he's waving out at the fans. Now, I'm not sure about this feud for Sammy, because I think people like Sammy, but there is this groundswell of support for Carrion. And I think the crowd are going to be riding with Carrion, maybe even more so than Sammy. Let's have a look. Let's see what reaction Carrion gets here. There's cheers as he makes his way out. Carrion. Scarlett. Their entrance is so good. Scarlett looks at the camera. She makes her way down to the ring, steps inside. Oh, they're doing this during commercial break, are they? I've only just noticed that this entrance is happening during commercial break. So that means they've cut this entrance off, have they, for people in America? The disrespect. Yeah, I mean, when that's black and white and you've got Scarlett kind of, you know, doing her thing in the ring and then it bursts into colour and Carrion comes forward with his arms outstretched. There's a big cheer there by the crowd. Sammy back in the corner just watching the entrance. So there we go. Carrion's entrance concludes as we go back to Raw. We just got a video package first, though. The night after WrestleMania. Please, Carrion, win. Come on, Carrion, said Tyler. I'm in America, and we can see it. It just cuts off the people that have got the basic Netflix plan. Right. Thank you. Mark said, can someone give me a recap of what's happened tonight? Not much. Not much. That's your recap, I would say. LWO won in their match to find the #1 contenders. I think Sheamus got the win, didn't he, in an opening match that was a bit underwhelming. Becky and Lyra have agreed to a bit of a stipulation. It's going to be no count out, no DQ. But basically, if Becky wins, Lyra can't challenge for the title ever again. I'm still a bit in the dark if she means as long as she's champion. I think she probably does. I don't think she means that Lyra can't challenge for it ever, ever, ever again. All right, Nikki Bella is the next guest to be on Cody's bus. So, Nikki Bella, the next guest. Shawn Michaels is on the Undertaker podcast. Jelly Roll is on Stephanie's podcast. Okay, Dominic's asking if anyone's seen AJ. Here's Finn, here's JD. There's Adam Pearce. Adam Pearce is saying to Dominic he's got to go and get medically evaluated or he will strip him of the title. So there we go. He starts heading over to get evaluated. Okay, we have got Sammy and Carrion. And we are underway. I can hear a Sammy Uso chant. It's very quiet. It's kind of faint in the background. Carrion getting round the back of Sammy. Sammy going over against the ropes. Michael Cole says, what if there is an evil within Sammy? And Corey Graves is like, he's human. Back in the corner goes Sammy. I mean, there is evil in Sammy. He's been healed before. Chop coming in there by Sammy. And again, big boot coming into the midsection. Looking for a super. Oh, good power there by Sammy as he manages to suplex Carrion. Carrion down at the moment. Sammy standing over him. I feel like 70% of the roster have got like black and white gear, said Steve. It's kind of feels like it's compulsory, doesn't it? It's like they check that you've got black and white gear. Okay, welcome to the Performance Center. Just a couple of questions. Do you have any black and white gear? No. Okay, we're going to need to fix that before we start training you because it is actually compulsory. Let's go, Sammy. Let's go, Cross. Let's go, Sammy. Let's go, Cross. So we've actually got dueling chants. Shot coming in there by Carrion. He's got Sammy back in the corner. Sammy goes over the other side. Hard goes down. Here he is, says Carrion. So Sammy is trying to get back up to his feet. They go back to the corner. Carrion. Chop coming in there on Sammy. And another chop coming in. Duck underneath. Chop coming back there by Sammy. And again. He's trying to go up. Throw down some shots. Crowd are counting along as Sammy rains down these blows. Scarlett looking a bit concerned on the outsides. And Sammy gets down as right now we have got Carrion against the ropes. Sammy coming over, trying to grab Carrion. Carrion goes over the other sides. Holds on to the rope as there's a big clothesline to the outside there by Sammy. Scarlett comes round. So Sammy enjoying a little moment in this match as a kick comes in. He's going to look to moonsault to the outside, but Carrion doesn't seem... He did land it. I actually thought that was going to be a bit of a mistake, but there we go. A bit of a respect being paid to Sabu. Sami Zayn with Carrion, chucking him back into the ring. Scarlett on the outsides with a kick to Sammy. Scarlett with a kick to Sammy. Sammy goes down. Unbelievable. Sammy is struggling with injury and Scarlett just making it worse. Carrion comes out. Trips is into some of the old school stuff, so the all whites and blacks outfits have traditionally been used a lot. If you look at the women's angle before WrestleMania with Bianca, they definitely played up, says Rich. Mark420 said, thank God no one asked me what the nastiest, grossest thing is I've ever seen, says Mark420. Well, I don't, after you've said that, I want to know even less now. Hannah said, Daze, 3 more predictions for the rest of the year. Triple H improves his booking and turns the knob to 10, but clashes with Dwayne. AEW TNA start having same venue issues, and Daze finds his phone, but it's broken. Bum, bum, bum. I'm in the US, and I never have Netflix commercials. I'm on premium. It really depends where you are. Well, we're at commercial break again at the moment. James said, any update on your phone? Yeah, no, it's definitely at my brother's, yeah. I managed to get in touch with him earlier, and he was like, yeah, it was in the car. It was in their car. How it got in their car, I don't know. I genuinely don't know how it got in their car. Maybe someone picked it up by mistake thinking it was theirs. I mean, my brother's got a phone. So, I mean, he's not trying to steal mine or anything like that. he's not struggling for money, or I don't think he's tried to steal it to sell it. Like, it's not. We don't have that sort of relationship. Like, I don't know how. But yeah, that was crazy. You lot told me about Googling Find My Phone, but thankfully I've got. Oh God, have I lost that now? Might have lost that now. Oh, here it is. I was just about to say I have my old phone. This is a Google Pixel 6. So I still have this, and it still works fine. The reason I got a replacement was just because it was time. But this one was still working, and it was still absolutely fine, and I never traded it in. So that I was able to make a graphic off this for Unseen. So I'll be okay. I'll be able to kind of get through with this. This is why it's not urgent or like a massive drama. But it was quite the moment yesterday live on stream when I searched for it and then realised the phone was actually not in my house. That was quite the reveal for me. That was a genuinely surprising moment in my life when I thought it was just in the house somewhere, and then it popped up it was in a completely different part of England. Forearm shot coming in there by Carrion. So yeah, all good. It should be on its way back soon. I'm not going to pay extra for Netflix, said Zoom Station. I never watch it except for this turd in the punch bowl. What, this? Stephen said 1 year. Thank you for everything. Stephen, shout out to you, my friends. Jimmy J said, I hope all is well. And King Yeti said, your brother has turned heel Daze. Yeah, maybe. To be honest, I could really believe it being a case that someone picked it up, just not even thinking it was their phone. And, you know, they've just realised and they've got back home or something like that. So, yeah, I don't need it. No one calls me. I have no friends. I am not missing out on anything, so it's absolutely fine. Right, we are back from commercial break. Sammy is in control as he goes up and looks for a DDT. It was still rolled. They do roll these DDTs a lot more these days. Going for the cover there on Carrion. Sammy trying to dig deep, looking out at the crowd, trying to get the crowd on side, trying to get the crowd fired up. He's trying to get back up to his feet. And right now, he grabs a hold of Carrion. Carrion driving Sammy back to the corner. And driving his shoulder into Sammy. Right now, Carrion is pulling at the rib bandages and throwing in a big shot. Right now, we've got Carrion going up, and he's looking out at the crowds. Shots coming in there by Sammy. Matt says, even though I don't really know you, I do consider you a friend, says Matt. Matt, shout out to you, but I can totally understand that. I can totally understand the amount of time that, like, we just hang out and, you know, we talk about so many different things. I mean, in many ways, it's just, like, the same as being in, like, a virtual pub. Do you know what I mean? What would it be like to go down a pub and just chat? Have a few drinks and just chat. I mean, I think that's the great thing about what these watch-alongs is that, and any watch-along, to be honest, that, you know, because it's live and edited and filtered, and we talk about such a wide variety of different topics, like, I totally understand that, but I'm glad you feel that way. I have to clash you lot as my friends, otherwise I really am struggling. Otherwise, my friend count gets to a very round number. Trust me. Right now, Scarlett has just handed a pipe to Carrion. Right now, Scarlett again getting involved. And you know what? She's got them red bottoms. She's got them red bottoms. And I heard from Cardi B that means they're expensive. She's got them red bottoms. 1, 2, 3. Oh, where's that blood coming from? I don't know where that blood was coming from that Carrion just wipes it on his face. As Carrion gets the victory thanks to a steel pipe. Ugh. That blood is still coming down, and now Scarlett's got blood on her face. She was like... that's how you get cooties? That's how you get cooties? So she is like literally drinking his blood right now. I mean, in all fairness, that's pretty cool. I wonder what he did. Is it a nosebleed or something? It's noseblood as well. That's worse. I mean, it's one thing if he starts bleeding out of his arm, but it's coming out his nose. And then she's drinking it. Dirty girl. Right, here we go. We've got... we're going to find out. Finished it. Just wait in a little bit. Oh, Dominic attacking AJ from behind. Dominic says he's cleared and he will see AJ at SummerSlam. So he attacks AJ from behind. Right, here we go. Io about to make her way down. So we're going to get Io against Stephanie. Yeah, Dominic cleared. And we're getting that match at SummerSlam. Here's Io Sky. Io Sky against Stephanie. This should bang, mate. This should bang. Maybe the best in-ring performer in WWE right now. Io Sky making her way out down to the ring. Big smile on her face. Io coming down, and she is just loving the love that she is getting from this crowd. Okay, that match coming up next, and then, of course, we've still got the OTC. Io Sky, Stephanie. You can't be down on this. You can't. You can try, but you can't be. It's actually illegal to be down on this match. He can't beat them fair and square. That's why Carrion cheated, said Jadarius. If Stephanie loses, we riot, said for Beach Kevin. Matt Pete said it's not OTC Boomer. It's OTC 1. OTC 1. Maybe Moxley is already back in WWE as a blading consultant, says John. Not being gross or perverted. What you just said, I'm not being gross and perverted, and then followed it up with something gross and perverted. I should have known better. I should have known. Daze, Meltzer is reporting you are working us with your lost phone. Wow. We know that his hit rate is very, very high, so things are not looking good for me. Becky stole her new gear from the LA Knight Slim Jim commercial, says Ray. Okay, so Io is in the ring and big smile on her face. They're chanting her name as Stephanie is about to make her entrance. Here we go. A big cheer for Stephanie as well. I hope this is clean. I hope they just let this flipping go. Here's Stephanie. Stephanie steps out and looks out at the crowds. Smile on her face as she is making her way down to the ring. This is like a PLE dream match, said Lost in the Woods. It's too bad this won't last long. We're running out of time. Yeah, I don't think Roman's going to need ages, though. I mean, he's just going to come down and he'll just say a little something. So, yes, I agree. We're not going to be giving this loads of time. I do agree with you. We haven't really left it enough time, but yeah, I'm interested to see what we can get out of this. Right, Daze, was a great stream on Saturday. Did you see the leak that Dubois was partying before his heavyweight clash? Do you know what? I did and I didn't. So, I saw a clip from TalkSport where they were talking about the fight and they were talking about that. And apparently, it was a load of people that his dad had invited round to have a bit of a kind of meet up before the fight. And I don't think Daniel knew who a lot of these people were. And I don't think Daniel was necessarily, like, looking to party. I think it was his dad that invited a load of people round. And then I heard something like a load of these people didn't have tickets and they were trying to get them in. And apparently it was quite disruptive. And they were selling this on TalkSport. And, like, the other boxers, you know, I think, like, Lawrence Okoli might have been one of them. And I can't remember who the other one was. But there was like a couple of boxers that just could not believe what they were hearing. They couldn't believe that this level of disruption had happened to Daniel on like the day of the fight. So I don't know that he brought that on himself, to be honest. I think his dad might have some questions that need to be answered there. But they were absolutely horrified. But honestly, it ain't going to have made a difference. He didn't lose that because of that. He lost it because Usyk's a much, much more advanced fighter. Right, here we go. Bell has sounded. Io and Stephanie locking up. There's a sign in the crowd that said, came to see the care. Right. Daze, I'm sure WWE is glad that Reigns is back now, or else they would have had to have gone to Plan B and brought back Luther Reigns as the RTC. I'm not sure that's even Plan Z, to be honest, but... Okay, JC Jane getting a congratulations from Michael Cole. He said, are you looking at my notes? Because I only just wrote that down. Okay, Stephanie getting back up on her feet. This show feels to me, and I'm really not trying to be like moody and down, but this show feels to me like a show that they know Roman is on. So they're just doing a bit of stuff. Nothing amazing, just, you know, kind of paint by numbers, real middle of the road kind of stuff. But it doesn't matter because they know people are going to tune in to see Roman. As long as someone clicks on this, even if they only watch the Roman segment, that's it. That's all they need. It doesn't really matter what else they do. And that's sort of how this show has felt, to be honest. The in-ring has not been good enough. We've had like 3 matches, good 89, good 98, and good 92 for the women's tag match. Sammy against Carrion is what you're voting on at the moment. And at the moment, Good is winning on that as well. So even that hasn't set the world on fire. Hopefully this match can, but I don't think we're going to get more than 10 minutes out of this. But maybe that'll be enough. Stephanie trying to get Io down. Io getting back upon her feet, flipping Stephanie over. They're both trying to outmaneuver each other. And again, no joy. They flip over. Stephanie trying to tie up Io. She's got a bit of a straitjacket applied. Yeah, not a move that you see that often, actually, the straitjacket. But the straitjacket is in, and Io manages to get out of it. Stephanie charges over, trying to take Io over. Io powering Stephanie up, but she does get Io over. And no joy. People are just waiting for Devil's Kiss, let's be honest. People are watching this just waiting for Devil's Kiss. Again, going round. Look at that. Lovely pin attempt. Really intricate work there by Io as Stephanie gets behind. And a little bit sloppy with some of these pin attempts. They're very intricate, so there's lots of things that can go wrong, but there's been a couple that have been botched. Right now, we have got Io on her feet. We've got Stephanie in the middle of the ring. They're both just staring at each other. And right now, we got a forearm strike coming in there by Stephanie as Io goes over against the ropes. And right now, we've got Stephanie coming over, looking to grab the hair. Here we go, Devil's Kiss. But Io reverses, goes for the pin. Back up, duck underneath. Against the ropes. Stephanie goes round and tries to get Io down, and she does. Kick out there by Io. Very fluid. Michael praising what he's seeing. Drop kick there by Io as Stephanie goes down. This match would be an absolute classic if it was at a PLE. I mean, the early stages, a little bit off in a few bits, but lovely suicide dive. Lovely suicide dive. She was pleased with that one. Stephanie down. Io looking great with a suicide dive. And right now, referee is counting away as Io goes back into the ring. We need LWO to be pushed to the moon, says... we need LWO to be pushed to the moon, says Ben. Io is in, lands on her feet. Kick coming in there by Stephanie. Right now, Stephanie is up and crossbody down goes Io. Stephanie is on the outsides. I didn't say the match would be boring or that they're not above average women. I just said they boring to look at visually, says Rich. I love when Io sells getting kicked. It's so good, said Hoodsmith. Okay, Io on the outsides. Stephanie getting back into the ring. Io Sky chants are breaking out. Right now, trying to get back into the ring goes Io. We got a kick coming in. Face first goes Io. And again, repeatedly trying to smash her into that corner. Down goes Io. Stephanie is in control. I'm predicting that Chelsea, Piper, Alba against the Bellas and Stephanie at SummerSlam, said A. Jobson. Ellis Stubbs said, you can tell these two laid this match out with the intention of sending the message. We're going to show everyone else up on the show. The opening sequences were put together with a lot of care, said LS Stubb. Mate, they didn't even need to try. I don't know why they bothered. You wanna show everyone else up on this flipping show? Just turn up. Just these two are so good they could just afford to turn up, to be honest, after everything I've seen. Right now we've got double underhooks. Kick coming into the midsection. Again, stepping through. Stephanie with Io. That's a lovely little submission, though, but it hasn't really worked very well for her. She had the move in, but it didn't really do much. 30-odd seconds left to go here as Stephanie is trying to get Io up. Stephanie is being picked up and thrown by Io. Stephanie gets back up. Daze, do you go fishing? Says Mark 420. I don't, but no. I mean, I don't actually know anyone that's gone fishing, so it's not something that I've ever been. It's not something that I've ever been invited to, or have ever had the opportunity to really learn. I think if my dad or my granddad or my uncle went regular and I was invited, and I kind of was out on the water and enjoyed it and whatever, I could get into it. I have nothing against it. I could get into it. I could believe that it would be a nice, fun, relaxing kind of, day, just watching the world go by, listening, radio on, just having a little listen, podcast or something. Yeah, I could do that quite happily, but I've never been. Shoulder up there by EO. Crowd is awful. It's no wonder they don't want to put on amazing matches, says Regan. James said, I used to go fishing with my dad when I was younger. Did you? I bet that was nice. I like that Gone Fishing show, the Bob Mortimer one that's on TV. I watch that sometimes. I like Bob Mortimer anyway. I think he's hilarious. So they've got a little kind of fun show where they go fishing and they have a bit of fun. Finding the little life pleasures, the fun things in some of the little things like that, Something a bit different. It can't be roller coasters every day. Well, it probably could, actually. EO on the outside, looking to go up, and moonsault to the outside, lands on Stephanie. Stephanie goes down. Right now, EO grabbing Stephanie. There was a young girl in the front row there. She was doing the EO emote. Right now, we got EO climbing up, and missile drop kick. Down goes Stephanie. Kipper, she flips over, lands on her feet, and there it is. Big cheer as EO does that. People love that. I love that. You love that. Everyone loves that. Taking Stephanie over, going into a stomp. Stephanie back in the corner. EO is down on one knee. She's feeling it a little bit as she gets back up to her feet, goes over the other sides. EO pointing over at Stephanie, charging in, and double knees, but Stephanie moves. Stephanie with a suplex. And EO goes back over to the corner. Stephanie on the one side, EO on the other side. Trying to charge in, round the back. EO grabbing Stephanie, and there's a lovely German. Stephanie is rolling out the ring. EO stays down. Referee just wanted to check on EO there for a second. Time-wise, we've got to be reaching the conclusion because it's going to take Roman about 2 years to get to the ring. So right now we got EO back up on her feet. Roman Reigns coming up next. But EO goes to the outside. She's looking to powerbomb Stephanie. But no joy as Stephanie drives a knee into the chest of EO. Now we're going to get Devil's Kiss on the edge of the ring. There it is. So Devil's Kiss to EO on the edge of the ring. The hardest part, she rolls her in. She's going to go again in the middle. Bang, bang, bang. There we go. Devil's Kiss to EO. EO goes down. As 1, 2, kick out there by EO. Stephanie in control. So the Devil's Kiss very much enjoyed by the community. The WWE Universe. One more time is the chant. One more time is the chant as Stephanie hits a dragon screw. Goes back over to the corner. Charges in. Double knees. Connects. She's going to look to put her away. Looking for a crowd chanting. This is awesome. Double underhooks there by EO. And knee to the back, going for the cover, but a shoulder up there by Stephanie. No joy at the moment. No joy. Dr. Lucha Lala said, this is awesome, chance after a devil's kiss. Why didn't she just finish it on the hardest part of the ring? She didn't want to. Yeah, crowd are chanting, this is awesome. I think it's been the best match we've seen so far tonight. I don't know that it's a full-throated "this is awesome" chant. Kick coming in there by Io. Io going back to the corner as Stephanie is over the other side. Right now, we've got Io going up. Looking for the moonsault, but Stephanie comes in. Stephanie's going up. Io is up top. What's this? An inverted suplex. Oh! That's like an inverted suplex. Jeez, mate. That's really impressive. That it was a little bit sort of dragged. I think if she'd managed to have got the arch a little better. Oh, here's the Hervis. Really good though. Really good. Secret Hervis making their way down, and this isn't what we wanted to see. Headbutt there as the Hervis are dealt with, but where is Chelsea? There is Chelsea. And it's another screwy finish. It's another screwy finish. Wah, wah, wah. So Chelsea in the ring with the Hervis. Kicks coming in on Stephanie. I mean, is that the right move? Is that the right move? Is that how this should have gone? Right now we got shots coming in there by Io. Io going against the ropes. Io and Stephanie working together. Let's get the match score. That's a horrible finish, but Chelsea is hot, said Chris. Triple H loves his distractions, says Jono. Is someone getting in the ring behind Io? Yes, it's Naomi. Naomi pushes Io into Stephanie. Naomi is in the ring. Okay, here's Rhea Ripley. Here's Rhea Ripley. Big cheer for Rhea as Rhea comes running down. She's got a Houston Rockets shirt. Rhea Ripley, Houston Rockets. Rhea Ripley coming out, trying to help Stephanie and help Io. She's in there with Naomi. Kick to the midsection. She's looking to pick up Naomi and slam her down. Rhea Ripley comes running out. Big pop. Chelsea in there. Io has got Chelsea. Super kick there by Stephanie. Chelsea in a bit of trouble here. Looks like it's going to be a Riptides. Riptides! As Chelsea is planted. So there we go. Rhea Ripley has come down to help out the baby faces. As we have just a real mess, really. I love Rhea, but can we have Roman now? Said let him in. There's your 6-woman tag next Monday, said Wrestling Russ. Okay, so we're just having a look at what's going to go down at SummerSlam. We're just going through that card now. We've got Io, we've got Rhea, we've got Naomi. Now we finally get our tribal chief said amethyst pieces. We've got about 10 minutes. And then there'll be a 2-minute promo, says Porky Pig. 10-minute entrance. There is Gunther and CM Punk. There is Jacob and Solo. Steel cage match. Rich said, Tripp's #1, Hearts crowd involvement. He will push anyone who the crowd plays along with. His career was built on that, and he did it again in NXT, said Rich. Wrestling fan said SummerSlam should be good in person. The whole deal was awesome. The match, the post-match angle, all of it. Women's wrestling entertainment, said LS Dub. Randy Orton and Jelly Roll against Drew and Logan. Why are there SmackDown superstars on Raw? Why does no one question that, says Eric. Just don't think we care, to be honest. I just don't think it's a thing that we care. I don't care. Right. Dominic AJ gets a graphic. Tiffy time and Jade. Okay, John Cena, Cody Rhodes in a street fight. Tiffy time. I thought Cena couldn't make it, said Scottish Nightmare. Yeah, but he's signed now. He's signed. Okay, so they're going to be showing this in certain Fandango screenings. SummerSlam. It's going to be streaming live in certain locations. There is MetLife. I mean, it's a hell of a stadium, isn't it? Incredible. It's where we've had WrestleMania, so... I mean, to do a 2-day SummerSlam there, this thing's going to have to be big. I don't know how the... Ooh, I just saw a Happy Rusev Day thing. I'm sure one of the screens just said Happy Rusev Day in the stadium. I wonder if that's just old footage or something. Okay, Roman Reigns next. PLE in a movie theater will be awesome, said Nightmare Fatty. Right, let's go. This is what we've been waiting for. Roman Reigns, the OTC. What is he going to say? First of all, we've got Byron. He is in the crowd with the Judgment Day. Okay, Finn Balor said it's another successful night for the Judgment Day. Yeah, everyone's got a belt. Oh, bit of a botch. JD McDonough just grabbed the mic because he wanted to say something, but Finn hadn't finished speaking. So a little bit of a botch there. JD McDonough grabbed the mic and like Finn was still talking and he looked a little bit taken aback. JD sort of just let it go. It was a bit awkward. I feel like that sums up this Raw, to be honest. The rhythm of the night hasn't been quite right. I hope you was watching because that's what's going to happen to you at SummerSlam. Charlotte says Raquel, and there's a few boos here for Dominic. A few boos for Dominic. Here's Roxanne. Okay, there we go. I hate commercials, says Cam. Okay, so Michael's like, why was Dominic so close to Roxanne? And Corey Graves was just like, what do you mean? Like, they're just getting them in the shot. They're just getting them in the frame. And he's like, well, why wasn't he on the other side? And he's like, you're trying to make a joke out of how JD's got a big head. And he's like, no, I'm just trying to ask, why is he so close to Roxanne? So that's what Michael was saying on commentary as Judgment Day were doing their promo. The seed that Dominic and Roxanne are getting a little bit close. Right now, we've got Bronson and Bron Breakker making their way down to the ring, which I don't quite understand because this was meant to be the Roman Reigns segment. And they said Roman was coming out, so why have we brought out Braun and Bronson? Heyman's in the ring as well. Let's see if this makes sense. Okay, here's Heyman. My name is Paul Heyman. I mean, we really are running out of time. Okay, so he introduces Bron Breakker. And he introduces Big Bronson Reed. I mean, we don't have to be out at past, of course, but... Before he comes out, I've got a lot of things to get off my chest. And you know what? We haven't got time. And so Roman's music hits. And Roman is going to come out. Heyman said before he comes out. So I like the fact that they knew he was coming out, because you can't advertise that he's going to be on this show and advertise that it's the final segment and then act surprised that he's come out, right? That's what I was hoping they would not do. Here is Roman, then Roman making his way down to the ring. People are acknowledging. Roman throws up the wands. The fans respond. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so Roman is making his way down to the ring. The aura he has compared to 2019 is insane, said Hud. He's just different level star, and he's just different level. I mean, to everything else on the show, there's nothing else that comes even remotely close to the level of Roman Reigns. It's just different level. He is a true great. It's very similar to watching Usyk in boxing when, you know that he is just different gravy. He's just a different level. And that is exactly what you get with Roman Reigns. Roman comes out and he doesn't even have to do anything. He just walks out and he puts up the wands and people just lose their minds. Okay, so Roman is in the ring looking around and people are going crazy. I don't even know if we're going to get any words out of Roman. He might just go after these two again. Certainly, if you look at the fact we've got just a couple of minutes of what we would regard as normal time. Roman is in there. He's looking over at Heyman. He's looking over at Bron Breakker. Heyman trying to keep Bron Breakker back. Even Bronson has gone over to Bron Breakker and he's trying to keep him back. I don't mind this match, actually. Bron Breakker, Roman Reigns. I don't mind it. I think they could sell me on it. I think it's too early for Bron Breakker, but you could sell me on it. You know, Heyman looking worried. Bron Breakker showing no fear whatsoever. Zero fear. OTC is the chant. OTC is the chant. OTC chants breaking out. Loud OTC chants. This is going to be interesting. Heyman said he doesn't want to be disrespectful or rude. Sort of did that at WrestleMania. We've sort of already done that. You're off to a bad start with me tonight, Heyman says to the crowds. I apologize. He apologizes to Roman. A whole chance. A whole chance. Yeah, this crowd is found its voice. This definitely feels like, you know, an unmissable segment right now. If the flipping connection cut now, you'd be pretty gutted. There's a smirk on the face of Roman. Roman just looking down the camera. I think they're just going to let this run, aren't they? I mean, they're really taking their time. They're not racing through this segment. Heyman is actually saying a few words. I don't want to be disrespectful. I don't want to be rude. You know, like someone born in Texas. I don't want to be disrespectful. I don't want to be rude. Like someone from Texas. Seth Rollins is going to be out of action for a long, long time. It opens up a leadership void. We can fix this, says Heyman. We can fix this. Okay, so he's saying to Roman, we can fix this. That's a little bit of a turn, isn't it? I wasn't expecting that. We're better together than opposing each other. And Roman actually nods, is like, yeah, I agree. You'll always be my family. I love you, my tribal chief. Oh, I think that ship has sailed. I think that ship has sailed. Crowd are chanting, you sold out. And we have gone past the half-hour mark at this point. Roman takes the microphone. Roman takes the microphone. There's one thing I forgot to do. H-Town. He says to Heyman, let's put that on pause. H-Town. All that does is prompt loud OTC chants. Acknowledge me, H-Town, acknowledge me, and they absolutely do. Zero hesitation. And actually, look at that. Heyman straight out and acknowledging Roman. Roman's like, is this guy serious? You sold out is the chant. That's great from Heyman. That is great. Look at Heyman right now. A few years ago. No. Yeah, you're not a wise man anymore. You're a dumbass. Ah! I think Bronson Reed's in the background said, "He's an oracle." I'm pretty sure he just mouthed, "He's an oracle." You're not a wise man. You're a dumbass. Yeah, easy, Junior. He'll do to you what he did to me. Yeah, he'll take all the credit. He's trying to wise up Bron Breakker. It wasn't him that created the tribal chief. It's because of the fans. The only reason I'm still the tribal chief is because they acknowledge me, says Roman. And of course that just promotes and sparks loud OTC chants. Well, look, we've got ourselves a situation. Where do we go from here? The greatest champion to ever step foot in this ring. This man had a part in that. He didn't have any part in me keeping it. The Usos did and Solo did. I think the wise man ran some plays. Sammy even helped out, and that's something Heyman doesn't want to hear. Junior, learning tree. Jericho coming back, said King Yeti. I went home. I went home to raise the future bloodline, says Roman. He calls him the dumbass again, and Heyman. Oh, what a line. What an amazing line. We weren't just another wrestling faction. You can create those. The bloodline. That was God's work. Oh. 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 Oh, mate. We're eating goods. We're eating goods. I ain't gonna say it again. Back up, son. Okay, here we go. What really bothers Roman? You used to be a friend. You was a business partner. You're damn right. He threw it all away. I made you part of my family. You threw it all away. Okay. I didn't ruin the bloodline, this dumbass did. Do you see how Roman pointed then? Like, his fingers like a shooting gun, you know? This dumbass did. He fired that line straight at Heyman. Bron Breakker, step forwards. Bron Breakker wants to say a few words. Some great stuff in there from Roman. We've got like 8 minutes over our usual time. Listen to me, says Bron Breakker. We don't want you here anymore, says Bron Breakker, and the crowd obviously boo that. You were relevant 5 years ago. I hold value, says Bron. But you're worthless. It's a big moment for Bron, innit? Going a promo in right at Roman. I'm the top dog now. I'm the future. I'm the man. Bron Breakker getting an opportunity to cut a promo right in Roman Reigns' face. Turn around and leave. Do what you do best. I feel like a lot of what he just said there, I could hear coming from Logan Paul. Bronson Reed in the background telling him to go away. Roman taking a few steps back, but it's not going to be that easy. Roman over against the ropes after Bron Breakker tells him to get out of his ring. I think Roman's thinking a few things over. I didn't hear any of that trash that you just said. Oh, lovely work! Brilliant move by Roman! I don't think your mic's working. Use mine. Chucks it over, but straight into a Superman punch. Unloading now on Big Bronson Reed's. But he gets caught. He gets caught there by Bron Breakker, and surely this brings out Jay. Yeah, the crowd are yeeting. The crowd are yeeting. Kicks coming in there by Bron Breakker. A few shots coming in there by Big Bronson Reed. And Jay comes out. So this obviously feels like we're now building to the tag match at SummerSlam. Love that line earlier, though, from Roman. Love that line. Saying how the Bloodline weren't just another wrestling faction. You can make those. The Bloodline was God's work. And here we are seeing Jay coming down, supporting the blood, supporting the family, helping Roman out as Bron Breakker goes down. Yeet! And look at that for teamwork. Jay and Roman united as one. And I'm pretty sure that's a glimpse of SummerSlam. Bron and Bronson on the outsides. Jay grabbing Roman, helping him up to his feet. Not so fast, young guns. I love that. I didn't hear what you said. I don't think your mic's working. Use mine. Bang. Well, do you know what? That is a really fun segment. And it was much, much needed because I thought the Raw before it was one of the worst Raws I've seen this year. I thought it was just really flat, never got going, really struggled to find things to have fun with, struggled to find things to sort of bounce around and sort of, you know, get some enjoyment out of. I thought it was a very sterile episode, just really flat. And then, you know, you get a fun segment at the end. It's pretty paint by numbers, to be honest. But what I really liked about that was the fact that we actually dug into something. It wasn't just, oh, I'm the new man around here, blah, blah, blah. We could have easily done that. We could have easily had Bron Breakker saying that he's the new man around here and, you know, you're nothing and all that sort of stuff. But actually, we dug into the relationship between Roman and Paul Heyman. And we actually did dig into, like, how Roman feels about Paul and how he feels betrayed and how it doesn't make sense that you would throw that away, you know, just to go off with Seth. And I feel like, you know, when Roman said, let the history books show, it wasn't me that broke the bloodline up. It was that dumbass. And I kind of feel like I got not the final chapter of the bloodline, but I feel like I got something that if you was going to do a history of the bloodline video, I feel like you could include parts of that promo in it, because I feel like parts of that promo do obviously link back to their relationship and link back to the bloodline. And yeah, I mean, I think, you know, you could tell the story all the way up until this point for the bloodline. I mean, you know, there wouldn't be much in recent years, to be honest. You could end that story at the Netflix premiere where we get Roman versus Solo. You could carry on, of course, to WrestleMania where Heyman betrays Roman. That would be a natural conclusion. But I think you could carry it on to here, actually, where you actually have Roman saying, let the history books show that I'm not the one that split up the bloodline. It was that dumbass over there. So I really like that. It wasn't just completely paint by numbers. There was a little bit more to it. And yeah, I thought that was a pretty enjoyable closing segment. The raw quality that we saw was fine, but it just lacked a lot of spirit and soul. Io Stephanie rocked, and the ending was cool, but I'm going to go 6, said LS Dub. I don't know where I'll be. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think the Roman section might have got me to a similar score, honestly. But I really think without that Roman segment, I'm really going to struggle. I was not impressed with this Raw at all. I don't think this is a good enough standard. I just don't think this is good enough. I don't think this is essential enough. And I think in this day and age, you've got to have a product that feels unmissable. You've got to have a product that people don't want to miss. You've got to have a product that people have to tune in for. I think when it comes to wrestling and people talk about the Attitude Era, they always talk about how you just couldn't miss it. You couldn't afford to miss it. You had to tune in to see what was going to be next. I just don't get the feeling that this show was that. I don't get the feeling that this show was, you know, unmissable and like, oh my God, where's this going? What's going to be next, you know? So for me, that's where this show was struggling. But yeah, I think that final segment has done a lot of heavy lifting for me. Daze, great stream, and I'll see you tomorrow, says Matt. Matt, shout out to you. Dr. Luchalala said the Roman segment was pretty much the only good thing. Stephanie Io was decent. I agree. I mean, look, if you enjoyed more about this show than what we're saying, that's brilliant. I am not down on anyone enjoying Raw. I mean, we flipping do it every week, so I want people to enjoy the show. But I don't think when we're praising great shows, great Raws, that that's gonna really hit if we are praising shows that are a bit mid. And I think this one was mid. I think this one really struggled. I just don't really ever feel like it quite got going. So yeah, that final segment does some heavy lifting for me. Obviously, I'm a lot more optimistic about tomorrow, though. I'm optimistic tomorrow because of the fact that we have got The Undertaker. And we've got a lot of interesting stuff. We're coming off of Slammiversary. There's quite a few big segments planned for NXT. So, and it's in Houston as well. It's actually away from the Performance Center. So, quite looking forward to tomorrow. And yeah, let's see what that has to bring. SummerSlam essentially doesn't have much of a build. We've got 2-week build for most things. It's poor WrestleMania build and a poor SummerSlam build, said Sumadeep. Well, I tell you what, kids. Hey, we've all got our thoughts and our theories, and I want to hear yours, but I think the best way for you to get yours across is by leaving feedback on my X account. I am going to try and read through as many of these comments as possible. We always do about 40 to 50. If we get more than that, I'll try and do more than that. So, what did you think about Raw? Yeah? If you want to just focus on the Roman segment, that's fine. If you want to talk about different parts, that's fine. If you want to do an overview, that's fine. Sometimes you have people reviewing each match. Sometimes some people just focus on one segment. However you want to do it. So I've got that feedback thing up now. You can leave your feedback over on X as to what you thought about this show. I will get to that as soon as we've just wrapped things up here. Bang. Right, Riser Designs said, all I could think about was Roman's promo with Cena before stepping into the prime spotlight. The promo between Braun and Roman was quite paralleled to that, says Rise Designs. A new merch ideas, 4 letters, 1 word, Daze, said Wrestle with Andy. Andy, you can do that for you. 4 letters, 1 word, Andy. Days, did head cook Hunter feed you well tonight or undercook? Well, I think we've covered that, but... Steve said, I'm very uninterested in Undertaker tomorrow. It is making me less excited, which is not good because I love NXT. I wish that Taker was just not really involved much anymore. I think that's fair. I think, though, the reason why I'm excited is, yeah, of course, not expecting a match. Not really expecting anything physical. But I think it's quite rare to see someone step up to The Undertaker and sort of, insult them. Normally, The Undertaker pops up, does a quick little segment, and then gets out of there, Sometimes you don't even really get many words from The Undertaker. And actually, why I'm excited tomorrow is because I think Trick is going to go off on him. I mean, Trick had plenty to say on Raw tonight. So, if Trick was in the ring doing a promo and then flipping Undertaker came down and just chokeslammed him, that wouldn't really do it for me, to be honest, and then just drives away. Actually, I'm thinking that Undertaker's going to come down to the ring. Trick's going to interrupt. And I think Trick's going to cut a promo on Undertaker. I think he's going to get a thing and he's going to talk about him. And actually, it's quite interesting because Trick can go off on Undertaker about how his knees are bad and how he, is not what he used to be. And actually, insult The Undertaker. And I'd like to see how The Undertaker responds to that. Is he going to stand there gritting his teeth? Are the crowd going to chant one more match? Is he going to start getting all fired up and do you know what I mean? And then, of course, we're not going to, pay that off, but, do some of the LFG talent come down there. But I don't know what to expect from that segment. I mean, I think my expectations for that segment are that it's going to be something juicy. It's gonna have something in there. I mean, honestly, one of my favourite parts of tonight was Trick's promo. Trick going off on The Undertaker. It's like, don't worry, your eyes will go rolling in the back of your head again tomorrow, just like they used to, but only because this time I will have knocked you out, right? And some of the lines that he had, I was like, don't poke the bear, man. You don't poke the bear, but in all fairness, the bear is old now. The phenom is getting on in age, and Trick's a cocky youngster, and I don't know, man. I'm quite interested to see how that segment goes. Could be rubbish. Could be a load of just, hype. And actually the segment itself underwhelms. But I would love for Trick to kind of cut a good promo on Taker. And just see what Taker does. Does Undertaker just get out the ring? If Trick tells him, get out my ring, what does Undertaker do? Does Undertaker, grit his teeth and start backing away, knowing that he doesn't have the firepower to deal with Trick in 2025? Or, do they start kind of step into each other and then the LFG people have to come and separate them? Or I'm really interested to know how they're going to play it, honestly. So for me, that is genuinely why I'm looking forward to that segment, even though I totally understand that it's not going to lead to a match and it's, do you know what I mean? It's not going to be anything like that crazy. But there's enough about it to get me oh, okay, yeah, that'll be good. Not bad for a Tuesday. William said, I know Undertaker is on tomorrow. Bailey Humphrey as well. I hope that Thea challenges her to a match. Athara said, I guess John Cena is going to lose his title at SummerSlam to Cody. Considering his remaining revealed schedule, maybe Cody turning heel and winning the title, and then Seth cashing in. That would be cinema. In the US, we missed that Trick promo and the Cross intro, and they sounded like two of your favourite things, said Rich. The Trick one, yes. Cross entrance was pretty normal, to be honest with you, but it's still got a big, people love Carrion at the moment. There's a real groundswell of people that we want Carrion, and that's great because he's a great talent. So I think it's a shame that they kind of cut his entrance off for, some people. But yeah, honestly, the Trick promo I really did enjoy, and it was just a little bit of a taster as to what we might get tomorrow for NXT. The older Taker, said King Yeti. The older Taker. I know Undertaker is on, says William. Dad Stuff said, tonight I brought a Naomi autographed Chrome card and a Naomi autographed t-shirt that is certified and numbered to only 10, and it was $45 total. Dad Stuff, very good. Very good. I missed the Punk and Gunther and Triple Threat and Trick promo. Well, Punk and Gunther was fine. Gunther had a few nice lines that Punk did not respond to. So really it was just Gunther kind of sending a message to Punk. The person with the World Heavyweight Championship is the best in the world, and currently I've got that. So, I'm looking forward to SummerSlam. I'm going to smash you around and blah, blah, blah. And then he just got out the ring and Punk didn't say anything back. So it was fine. I don't think it really moved the needle a great deal. It was okay. If you missed it, I don't think you missed loads. It's one of those that you can just watch the highlights of on YouTube. Yeah, it was fine. And then we went into the Rusev thing, and I thought that was a bit flat, and it seems like you lot thought it was flat. It got a good 89 score, and honestly, with this show, it just really felt like I was waiting for it to get going. I was really waiting for it to kind of catch fire, and I think the Trick thing was good, and I think that there was definitely parts of Stephanie and Io, but I mean, I think Stephanie Io is probably underwhelmed compared to what I was hoping for, and certainly the finish as well. So, yeah, it's a highlight. It was the best match, but I think it was a flipping low bar. I mean, it's kind of like saying you're the nicest prisoner in prison, Well done. Great. I'm not sure what kind of an achievement that is, but well done. So, yeah, the Roman segment does a bit of lifting for me tonight. So, there we go. It is what it is. You can't win them all. I thought this was one of the weaker Raws, and just could not find a way of just really having some fun with it. I love having a bit of a laugh and a joke and chucking some stuff around, but it just, I don't know, man. It just really felt to me like it never grabbed me. Didn't seem to grab the flipping live crowd either. They seemed to be pretty quiet throughout the show. And, the match scores from you guys are like good 89, good 92, good 95. There's a good 98 in there for the tag match earlier. We did get a great score out of Stephanie and Io, but it's a relatively low great score. And I don't even know if I'd be that kind with it, to be honest. As I said, I think the Roman segment does some heavy lifting, and we actually ended up overrunning. I think we could have cut some time from some of this stuff. I think we end up going over about 10 minutes. Mate, I could have got 10 minutes out of this show, no problem, to have made sure this ended on time. So I wonder if it was just a bit loose today. I mean, here's a question for you. How often do we go over the 2.5 hour time? We don't. We don't. So the fact we've gone over that today sort of makes me feel like a few things went longer than they should, and some of this show was a little bit looser than it should have been, and we've ended up going over by 10 minutes. Don't know. Maybe that was always planned, or maybe, some things just went a bit longer, overran a little bit, and don't know. But either way, I definitely could have got 10 minutes out of this show to make sure this thing ended at 2.5 hours. I know that much. So let's see what tomorrow brings, shall we? Let's see what they've got for us on NXT. So thanks a lot for joining us. I'm going to run off and start working on Unseen and start working on the opinions video. And we'll have another watch along for you tomorrow. These watch alongs, man, they never end. We've been all over the weekend, and we're still going. So if you are around tomorrow, stop by as we find out what The Undertaker is going to do and say on tomorrow's NXT. So thanks for watching. Bye for now.